live-ish, I think. It's saying going live. It says we're live. We're live. Okay.
Excellent.
Hello.
So,
Hello.
with the session now live, and hopefully all of our coughs out of the way,
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
we begin what I believe is the 13th episode of the Yesrallaw Odyssey.
What could possibly go wrong?
Indeed. I mean,
Well-
after all, you've already survived the harrowing gauntlet that was the previous session. Speaking of, would anybody like to give those watching a brief recap of the previous session's events?
I mean, I can say we marched into a bunch of goblins' homes, murdered them all, killed their pets, and now we're going to rifle their pockets for loose change. Does that cover it?
For glory.
I suppose. If there's anything else anybody would like to add, go ahead.
There is one that's left alive for express purpose of torture.
Is that?
What? Really?
Yes.
Indeed. And currently, in what is most likely a state that is best described as shitting itself with fear, there is a goblin stuck down with various tar-like substances, paralyzed from the neck down, up atop the cliff, in such a state by the giant spider form that was once Seedy. With barely a scrap of health left, in a state in sheer delirium and toxic shock, it is technically alive. Though, if you were to deliver it to a coroner, he probably wouldn't say this, he probably wouldn't agree.
I'm gonna get my revenge back on those fuckers.
Yeah, sure.
What do you mean, yeah, sure? There's one still alive, isn't there?
I guess.
And I am an expert poisoner, I can assure you that.
Well,
We haven't
no,
finished
no.
the job then. We need to take the head.
Don't worry about it. We can still manage to make a fitting end for him. But first, well, while he's still alive, there's maybe some interesting information that we can wrangle out of him.
Yes, there is.
Sure, I mean, it's a goblin. It's just going to
Hey.
screech a lot.
Hey, anything that can be useful is useful.
I guess.
Strangely enough, useful things are useful.
Look, the sound of it screaming in absolute pain is useful enough for me, alright?
As this small amount of conversation is going on, you all see as Scrack walks over to the corpse of the once terrorizing druidic shaman and simply lops the creature's head off with a strong single swing of his axe before carrying it by what scraps of hair remain attached to its scalp as he walks out of the canyon.
Speaking of, didn't we have this idea of maybe not consecrating, but blessing the body so it couldn't rise again?
We also had the idea of putting the body in a cage and carrying it around with us just in case we have a resurrected monkey kind of monkey in a cage kind of deal.
Hmm.
Can use it as an amusement for charge people 1 gold to view or something. Look at that undead goblin shaman in a cage. I mean, we're already a freak show. Why not go with it?
I mean, you definitely are. Sorry, what? Yeah. At least blessing it in some capacity.
Can I take a look at the staff of the goblin shaman and equipment?
Certainly. As
Okay,
you
right.
walk over to the dead goblin shaman's equipment, you pick up the staff and notice that it appears to be some kind of a deep red crystal that is embedded and basically strapped into place with various leather cordings in what is otherwise a partially split tree branch.
Hmm.
It looks very rudimentary in its structure.
What should I roll to see if it's magical or not?
That would be an Arcana check.
I'm not good at Arcana, but I'm gonna try anyway.
Oh, if you don't have any luck, you could ask your resident wizard.
All right.
Well,
Hmm?
with a 13, you walk over to the staff, and as you pick it up and begin to examine it, you think to yourself, well, there must be something magical about it. After all, she was swinging it around her head in great circles, whilst my friends over there exploded into giant piles of dirt. So you figure, at the very least, there's something fishy about the damn thing.
There goes my dream of using this as my new quarterstaff. I just call out, "Hey, does anybody know about Arcana or magic?"
I can take a look, I think.
I walk over to Gunnar and I tell him, "Well, this is what she was using to blow up dirt all around. Maybe you can find something out of it."
I believe I can. Would you like to help me, I suppose?
Yeah, sure. I'll tell you what I saw. I had front seat experience with her. Oh, you never needed me.
Oh my god.
Front seat experience. Well, you maybe had a front seat view at what she was doing to everybody else.
Well,
but you
yeah,
didn't do anything, did you?
Considering how I have intimate experience on this, I suppose it makes sense that I'm highly knowledgeable.
Well, Gunnar, as you take the staff, you begin to examine the overall structure of it, and you see that there is a couple of interesting aspects to it. And just to answer your question, Uzu, yes, we have considered adding that kind of stuff. The original plan was to add a music bot so that we could play music into the Discord channel for everybody. Unfortunately, Google had other plans. But that being aside, the staff, as you take a look over its structure, you note that there's a couple of interesting things about it. First of all, it appears as though that the staff itself, the length of the stick, really doesn't have anything special about it. It's basically just a branch that you are guessing either fell off a tree or was wrenched off of said tree.
Nothing
The
challenging.
actual crystal itself, though, is quite interesting. Initially, your thoughts were, this must be one of those firestones I'm ever so familiar with, but upon closer inspection, that does not in fact appear to be the case, with it having very little, if any, influence from the elemental plane of fire. Instead, the crystal seeming to have some other source of influence about it. You can tell that it thrums with power to an extent and is able to respond to your knowledgeable touch. But besides being able to cast an identify spell or gain some other magical based insight, that's the best guess you're able to give. The only other noteworthy thing about the staff is that it appears as though said crystal has been tied to the staff with an enchanted leather cord, enchanted to be extremely resilient.
We do have access to an identification pearl, don't we?
We do.
Yes, I do have the identification spell. So
maybe you should consider casting it then.
As they do that, I just go around sifting through the bodies, seeing what's worthwhile.
Yeah, I'd like to check
Going
into
through
the
their
cave.
pockets for loose change. I told you we would.
I'd quite like to
I
check
mean,
the
they
cave
don't need
out.
it anymore.
Well, exactly.
Exactly.
But maybe someone should tie up that last one over there. And I point at the one that is intoxicated. Also, is anybody?
As you point up at the goblin, Theo, you note this. You, in fact, give me a perception check or a medicine check, your choice.
All right. Which one is?
Okay.
Christmas came early.
Well, apparently, the dice gods are rolling in your favor today.
What do my elven eyes see?
Oh my god.
Well, as you point up towards the goblin on the cliff, telling everybody that there is a still remaining survivor, you take a quick look yourself and can't help but notice that, yep, that goblin definitely appears to be undergoing some level of intoxicated hallucination, as you could see its head rather quickly lolling backwards and forwards in what is best described as a state of semi-consciousness, shall we say.
All right. I just give it a weird look. They may be goblins, but we should either get that guy.
You know what?
I
I've
don't
got
know,
some rope. I'll
strapped to
go
a
tie him up.
tree.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'll go and tie him
Anybody
up. And
anybody
Awesome.
else? If you feel maybe I don't know, in good health and spirits enough to join me in seeing what's in their cave.
Yeah, I'd quite like to check the cave out.
I'll check it with them.
Ginge,
Okay.
whilst
well,
I am tying up this goblin, can I
Oh, wait,
give him
hold on.
one of my 4 healing remedies that I rustled up with those berries?
Oh, I thought you were gonna say you want to give him a reach around.
No.
Before we head into the cave, maybe I should continue with the identification of this.
If when
That's
I
actually
hear,
not a bad image.
no,
Oh yeah,
nice.
that's a very good one. Yeah.
Yeah, that is awesome.
Artist list. Why is that called artist list?
You know why?
You know why?
You should know, after all, you're one of the main articles.
Screw you. Anyway, I just shout at Bruce. Keep him alive for me, will ya? I have some dealings with that fucker.
Well,
Okay.
Bruce,
As I sift through pockets.
as the druid screams this up to you, you do notice that whilst the creature is in a state that can barely be considered conscious, it does seem to have an open mouth. If you wish to force feed it something, you doubt it'll put up much resistance.
I will. Yes, I will give it one of the shots of a purgative, shall we call it, that I rustled up before, and then
The
I'm going to tie
natural
him up.
remedy.
Yes, tie him up, hands to feet, and
Hamster feet?
hands tied to his feet. Yes.
Oh, okay. I heard hamster feet. I thought, what?
Yep.
Ah.
And then I'm going to tie him to whatever. Is he still up on the edge of the cliff?
Currently, he is, yes.
I could. Shall we? Yes. Why not? Why not create a waterfall sort of type of effect? So we're going to tie him up on the top of the cliff, hands tied to his feet, sort of basically ass pointing back over the cliff, and I've just given him a really, really heavy duty laxative, and we're going to leave him there for a bit.
Truly evil. I assume you also removed his pants.
Oh yeah. We're just going to basically. Yes.
Fair enough.
People will wonder what I'm
What
doing
if I
at
just
first,
walk
and
back
then
in
they'll
on-
see.
I will have to make a note that apparently Groose isn't quite as benevolent as what I had first thought. But anyway,
Groose has a sense of
who is
mischief.
making their way inside the cave of the shaman?
I am, and Grace is with me.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Okay.
I'll give it a pass, given I still only have 1 hit point.
All right. As you make your way inside the cave, you see what is best described as a rudimentary laboratory. You see hanging above a small, what almost looks like a fire, except set into stone itself, with small, jagged, upwards pointing crystalline structures with a faint reddish orange glow, producing a noteworthy amount of heat, enough to allow a seemingly perpetually bubbling cauldron on the inside. This cauldron has a truly disgusting stench rising out of it, but despite this, you can also see that it appears as though a variety of ingredients are hanging and otherwise being stored within this cave. All within portions that you would expect of the diminutive size of a goblin. You see various hanging animals, chickens, monkeys, and other such creatures that have been strung up and gutted and skinned and just simply left to dry, hanging from the cave roof. You can't help but notice the distinct smell of rot emanating from several of these creatures, and you also get the impression that perhaps that's intentional. But
I get
the most interesting and noteworthy thing about this entire cave is the large rack of various jars, spices, books, and other interesting looking bits and bobs that are all haphazardly arranged at the far edge of the cave. You get the impression that this is perhaps something of a collection.
This doesn't look like she's been making stew.
I tried to put a bit of my cape to my mouth and nose, just out of pure disgust of how bad it smells in here. They really live like
smells.
animals, don't they?
Let me give you a rough descriptor of the smell. So, have you ever smelled a midsummer fishmonger's market?
Oh, that's not too. That's not too bad.
Imagine that paired with the effervescent scent of rotting flesh, and then just a hint of dung.
Ah, so a pig then. No, that's too clean for this. All right, that's not. Yeah.
CD.
You get the distinct impression that perhaps all of these various smells have been introduced in an attempt to mask over one another, with the failed result being just simply having amplified each other's toxicness. It's not quite enough to impair for me to ask of you Constitution saving throws, but it's certainly enough for you to regret having stepped into the cave in the first place.
Yeah, which is why I put I cover my nose a bit. That's
I was going to say, I feel like we would struggle with this if we hadn't got used to it by traveling with CD.
Ah,
Yeah. I guess that's the best lore description for that. The rat smells okay, but seedy? No.
Look,
yeah,
I'll have
rats
you
are
know, rats
surprisingly
are
hygienic
actually
creatures.
yes, they're hygienic creatures. They're even known for being altruistic and saving each other, even with no benefit to them.
They're also known for living in sewers.
Propaganda. A lot of rats live in good enough places. They're also really clean. Fuck you.
All right. Just come to me with some other excuse next time that group of rats is called a plague. In any
They
case,
all live in the Middle East too.
in any
So,
case,
all that being said,
yeah,
I described to you a great number of different features within the cave. What would you
exactly.
like to investigate first?
I would like to investigate all the interesting trinkets that are lying around, the books and stuff. And if there's
Okay.
maybe any items of value that we can take with us. I'm very
feel like-
interested in that.
I feel like CD would have a lot of interest in that cave. God
Shut
damn it,
up.
I made a mistake. Oh shit!
You're
I'm muted.
You're not here.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm not. I was supposed to be muted.
Thinking out loud in English. Oh boy.
I'm used to it.
Do you want me to
So-
roll anything, Ginger?
I would say, describe to me a rough idea as to what you're looking for. If you don't have anything in particular that you are looking for, just simply roll me an investigation check to try and find something that is capable of catching the eye of Grigori.
I guess I would just be rummaging through anything that a group of sort of interesting goblins might have. Yeah, I'll just do an investigation check and we'll see what pops up.
All right.
Uh,
Well, a natural one does amount to a total of 9, which means you still managed to roll a 9. Not particularly great, but I'm sure you have rolled worse. He can't roll worse.
Yeah, I was gonna say worse than a 1.
yeah, I should have maybe
Anyway.
asked Kiki to help, but hindsight.
Ultimately, you find that whilst there is a large degree of various bits, bobs, trinkets, and other bits of nastiness that this goblin shaman has evidently collected over however long it has been within the world, there is one thing that catches your eye. Separate from the rest of the riffraff that this lower form of life has evidently collected, you see a small box. It looks as though it is maybe about the size of a jewellery box, ever so slightly smaller, something that maybe you would expect a necklace to be stored in, perhaps. It is relatively small, and the thing that catches your eye is the fact that it has a lock. Clearly, this has been stolen from someone.
Well, I'm definitely taking this with me.
Go ahead and add into your inventory. Small ornate lockbox.
All right. And are there perhaps any interesting books that may have some I don't know, some what could
Well,
come on?
Before
What
we
could it
get
be?
to that,
Yeah.
Kiki, what
Yeah,
would Grace be entering the cave for?
I would like to see if I can find any kind of weapons or anathema that needs to be destroyed.
I see. Well, upon stepping into the cave, you would walk
Oh,
in
cleansed.
and take a quick look around, and you would probably at first glance think that this cave is some kind of desecrated site, going by the sheer stench of the place. But, Tommy, do you have any charges of your detect good and evil remaining?
I do. I've got 3 charges of divine sense still.
In that case, might I recommend that
Yeah,
you
I'll pop
use
one.
Well,
What did my magic eyes see, Ginge?
upon expanding your divinely enhanced senses into the surrounding environment, there's a couple of things that you pick up on. First of all, this entire region is suffused with an unnatural malice, a hatred for all that lives. And as such, you can't help but find yourself disgusted with the very area that you are in. It is most definitely clear and obvious that there is some source within this cave that itself, despite not being living, is inherently evil. And upon blocking out the surrounding swell of malaise, you were able to eventually narrow it down to the bubbling cauldron itself. As you approach it, you notice that the feeling of general unease that you get becomes ever stronger and stronger until, as you waft your face over the rising vapors, you are overwhelmed with a sense of pure disgust. Whatever this thing is, whatever is within this cauldron, no good can come of it.
Oh no.
Would
It's
it?
Bosch.
Would it be? Is this? I do have to wonder whether this is coffee or bush. Can I'm sorry. Can I tell whether or not spilling out the contents would ruin whatever ill-fated ritual is going on with this cauldron?
I would say make a roll in order to come up with some potential ideas. I would recommend that you perhaps try consulting with one of your allies.
I was just going to make a base wisdom roll.
I can help with it.
Well, whatever you want to try looking into, feel
Sure.
free to do as Grace would.
Sure, Grigori. There seems to be some evil within this cauldron.
Oh dear.
We need to purge it. Do you think perhaps tipping it? I was thinking tipping it asunder and laying waste to its contents. What do you think? I'm gonna make a wisdom check. That was me enlisting aid, by the way.
Yeah.
I figured
Yeah,
as
I
much.
know. Perhaps it's a good idea to clear it out first and then do that. I mean, clear out the cave for any valuables.
Good to know, Ez. Okay.
Anything?
With a total 20 wisdom check, having consulted with your elven ally and received some additional wisdom in turn, you get the impression that whatever is within this cauldron, perhaps the reason why it is merely emitting a sense of evil and isn't actively doing anything evil is perhaps because it is in a dormant state. If you wished to activate it, perhaps it would be best to do so in circumstances that are unlikely to be favorable to it.
Can I consecrate it with the ceremony spell?
If you wish to use the ceremony spell, you can. It depends on what aspect of the ceremony spell are you wanting to use.
I believe I can consecrate something with the ceremony spell. Can I not? Like holy water, for example.
So
I believe you can consecrate an area with that spell. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Could you
I
go
would
ahead
like to
and post the text of the spell for me?
Sure. Give me a sec. I'd like to consecrate the cauldron. What's it called? There is a lot to it. It is.
Just go ahead and post the spell.
Yeah, I'm just searching for it. I know I have it. I know I prepared it. It doesn't appear to be in the Roll20. That's why I had such difficulty with it. Here we go.
I'll go ahead and find it on Google for a moment. Give me just a
I
second.
don't know, Garo. Seeing Grace's intelligence, it would definitely be a case of either Grace or you. Who would release a V level
maybe.
demon?
No, I'd like to believe that Garo would have at least
I mean,
enough common sense not to
technically-
release a book demon, but
Technically, the first star to release a demon already happened to be Chase.
Yeah.
who picked up the dagger?
Chase.
You do one
Chase did
one
indeed have the
fuck up,
dagger.
and it's you all the fucking time.
Wait. One.
Yes, one.
One
When
upon
did I
already
otherwise
him.
fuck up? Come on, tell me. When did I otherwise fuck up?
Does anyone else want to come in with any of theirs? Because otherwise I could go on all day.
We'd be going out all
one word.
night.
I hate
Stag.
you all.
Stag?
Or deer, whatever it was he was fighting.
Ah, the stag I hunted.
Hunted.
Hunted or were hunted by?
What? No, it wasn't hunted by. The thing was running away from me. Well, you're not getting the majestic pelt now.
It's okay. It's got lots of tiny.
After you ripped it up.
It's got lots of tiny holes in it and poisonous substances riddling it. I think
I
we're
hate
fine.
you all with burning passion. Why am
I
I
think the
being
deer
the
might hate you more.
Why am I being the target? The target for bullying all the fucking time. Fuck you.
I've
Because it's
just
so
read
easy.
over the details of the ceremony spell, and it appears as though the spell itself does not allow for the process of consecrating an area. However,
Darn it.
just for the simple sake of that being silly, I mean, it's a fucking ceremony, for crying out loud. I'm going to say that just this once, you can go ahead and make that happen.
Okay, in that case,
Do
I
bear
would
in
like
mind,
to concentrate the potion.
you will need to use 25 gold pieces worth of powdered silver.
Indeed, I'm presuming I can just powder some of my silver coin.
Yes, you should be able to do that, though you would need 250 silver pieces for that.
Oh
But-
god, so I can't just convert them, can I? No, I just don't.
Nope. Unfortunately,
Okay,
there is
in that
not
case-
a bank in the immediate vicinity.
In that case, unless anyone has sufficient silver, unless we can find sufficient silver in the room, actually.
Well, there might be a mine nearby. We can mine some silver.
We could, and then we could set up
Unfortunately, silver
some
mines
kind
do
of-
not exist within this continent.
We could
That's good
set
to
up some
know.
kind of
Yeah.
some kind of full-on
Yet.
mining operation. We could claim the island. We could.
No, this is not tropical.
No, also,
What am I back
not
to?
only do
Fuck.
silver mines not exist within this continent, but islands also don't exist within this continent.
Oh no.
Silver
It is
must be
all a
valuable as shit.
single large contiguous landmass.
Then how is gold more valuable than silver?
Yes, basically.
Science.
She
Trust the
blinded me
science,
with
guys.
Science.
Small word of advice for you there, Trig. When the GM's effectively lightning bolting something, don't question it.
Trust the science.
The holy maxim cannot be moved.
Are you sure you want to be standing there, Chase, on the map? I'm just saying. Anyway.
I'm just looting the goblin right now.
It's alright, because that goblin on the top of the cliff there is basically shooting shit straight over the edge of the cliff from his arse.
Just leave him. Just leave him. Just leave him.
Fuck you. What
He's
the
living in a
fuck?
sewer. I mean, surely
Alright,
this is a
so-
step up for him.
He can only start
It
smelling
might
better
make-
from now on.
It might improve the smell.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck you. I'm not that bad smelling. Jesus.
You lived in a sewer.
For a bit of time, and not all of my life. I actually
Enough
lived in
to
some
smell like
places that are
shit.
comfortable. I only
Oh,
smell like shit because we haven't had access to any bathing water or any place to
There's
bathe.
a big pool
for
of
a long
water
fucking
right over
time.
there.
Yes, the
What,
place
you want
where
me
the
to-
gigantic water
You
monster
all
came
smell
from.
like shit too. Then
No, we
Here,
don't.
I'm jumping. Why? Why don't? Come on.
Because we have the pillow.
Does Chase know how to swim?
He doesn't need to. That pool has been emptied.
So he just
Wait.
got muddy.
Wait,
Also, the
how-
majority of us have had a shower recently. We've just been soaked by a large water elemental.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
All right, then
That's
the
true.
earth is not wet.
Getting
Also-
back to the events within the cave,
I don't know. I think Chase might need to roll acrobatic to make sure he doesn't break his ankle jumping into an empty pool.
we
I
will
did-
get to that afterwards.
God damn
Your
it,
shenanigans
I
have
hate you.
interrupted what was happening within the cave with Theo and Kiki.
My apologies.
So, unfortunately, you don't have the necessary silver to be able to perform this ceremony, it seems. If you want, you can try rolling investigation with
Can
the
I-
aid of
can I
your
bless it?
the aid of your no, you can only bless people, I'm afraid. Although I suppose if you were to bless the cauldron and it turned out to be a creature, it would probably do something.
Yeah, attack us with a 1d4 extra on his roll.
Yeah, it would not turn out well. I shall carry the cauldron outside and empty it into what was formerly a lake.
All right,
Oh,
so
dear.
the
Yeah, how-
pond
how-
on the
how
opposite
big is it?
side of the valley, then.
Mm-hmm.
What,
Okay.
where the elemental came from? Thing,
Yes.
whatever it was. Can I investigate
What,
that area
you mean where
first
Chase
before
is?
you? Yeah, can I investigate that area before you fill it with goblin
We'll
I mean,
shape
say-
you're
bath water?
outside. You're
will say
outside and I'm
first-
inside. You've got better access. Fast
We
track.
will say first, Kiki, you pick up the cauldron. It is about the size of a. It's about the size of what you would expect a modern day slow cooker to be. It's about. You'd expect it to be able to hold about a gallon's worth of material. It's not particularly large, but it is rather heavy. And you don't need to roll in order to carry it, but it is still bubbling and still rather warm.
Oh, that's pretty small. I thought it was like a giant pot.
No. This you have to bear in mind. This would be a giant pot to a goblin, but no,
Yeah, fair.
this is actually rather reasonably sized.
I thought it would be like one of those pots where where they have people in them.
No. You could maybe boil an entire chicken inside of it, just about.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be funny if it just turns out this is just the shaman's hot tub?
Goblin Shama
Wow.
bath water.
That shaman's not hot tubbing anymore.
As the rest of the party sees Grace making her way out of the cave, carrying a large, still somewhat bubbling cauldron of God knows what, what would the rest of you like to do? I presume we are going to go straight ahead with CD nosediving into the empty pool.
No, I would have noticed it's empty at first.
I would hope so, considering the contents of said pool was previously attacking your friends.
Yes. And anyway, I'm not nose diving into the pool. I was beforehand looting all the goblins and seeing what they had inside of them. I assume
Okay.
in the time they took inside the cave.
Well,
And-
if you are going to spend your time looting goblin corpses, then we will move on to that later.
In my experience,
you
the
wanted
inside of
to-
goblins.
I just want to ask, what did they find inside?
We will get to that later. The gathering of loot off of dead bodies is something that is low priority. Groose, you wanted to investigate the pool that the creature came from, correct?
Yes, please.
All right, go ahead and roll me a skill of your choice.
A skill of my choice.
Might I assist him to give him advantage?
Depends on the skill he chooses to roll.
That's fair.
I'll leave it up to you to decide whether or not this is something that that Groose could realistically aid in.
Let's go with perception because I don't think acrobatics is going to cut it. Would Garo be able to assist
I should
me
be
with
able to
that?
help him look at the lake, X Lake.
I would say he may be able to go ahead and roll your own perception check, and we will consider the highest of the two checks to be the one that you managed to get between the two of you.
Grace, where are you going with the pot?
With a total of 14, the pair of you walk over to the now. Do bear in mind this pool is rather deep. It's only relatively small, but it's quite a deep pool with an overall width being around 3 to 4 feet across and about 5 or 6 feet straight down. Quite an odd shape. But regardless, as the pair of you look into it, you notice as though there is an odd smell coming out of it, and the smell doesn't seem to be particularly odorous, but it's noteworthy for not being the same smell that you'd expect to see from, I don't know, a recently emptied lake. And shortly after smelling this odd stench coming from the bottom, you immediately catch much stronger whiffs of the same scent coming from the cauldron that Grace is carrying over towards your pool.
Interesting.
Damn. Was there anything in other than the smell? Did we notice anything down there? Any boxes? Anything that might be not usual inside a hole? Should we say?
Aside from a rather fine layer of mud, no.
Fair enough. Before Grace is able to bring the cauldron out of the cave, would there have been enough time for me to do an investigation on if any of the kobolds are healers?
Kobolds or goblins?
Not goblins, no. As in the ones still alive that came to Scrag.
Right. Okay. Those are back outside the key, outside the valley. They didn't actually come into the fight with you, instead being ordered by Scrack to remain out of the fight. You can go over to them and talk to them, but that'll effectively remove you from the scene for, I would say, the next 5 minutes or so.
I'll do it after the scene.
Okay. So, unless there's anything else that anybody would like to discuss prior to her arrival, Grace, carrying a reasonably sized pot of rather smelly fluid, makes her way over to the once filled pool of seemingly looking like a woman with a mission.
Grace, where are you going with the pot? And I follow her out of the cave.
It's filled with evil, and we must drain it, consecrate it,
when Grace
cast
gets
it onto
near,
the earth.
When Grace gets near and I recognize the same smell, I'm gonna go, Grace, just hold on a second, put that down, because that smells like this pool over here, or what was a pool. Wow, whoa, that smells. But, same smell. What are you doing with that?
I'm getting rid of it, of course.
Okay, well, you were gonna put it in here. It smells like where it came from.
Well, yes. Does that not make sense? Return it to where it came from?
Okay. Just, if we have a massive shit monster to fight, after this, I'm done. I'm done fighting for the day. Just be careful.
It's fine. We are simply ridding ourselves of darkness.
I'm going to back the hell away from that all.
Yeah, I'm going to do the same.
I've got a feeling we're going to end up with a similar thing, but this time.
How full is your flask again?
My flask is full.
Before she
Don't
gets
suppose
there,
you've got
can
another one
I?
of those in your pocket?
I
Can I
don't.
go
Does
climb
anyone
in the
have any
tree?
beer? Does anyone have anything to drink? I could really use some booze. I've just thrown all mine on the floor.
Can I climb in the tree?
Yes, you can. Go ahead and make either an athletics or an acrobatics check to clamber your way into the tree.
God damn.
Can I?
Well,
Can
well
I?
done.
Can I go and can I stealth into the tree?
Sure, go
Oh,
ahead and
no.
roll stealth.
Can I have Theo's dice?
Yeah, please.
Well,
come
Grigori
on.
manages to disappear up into the tree in a way that I imagine most of you fail to spot him. Although,
Roll
Grigori,
perception,
would
perhaps?
you be attempting to conceal yourself from your party members, or would it just be a general stealth check against potential hostiles?
Against any, yeah, I'm not planning on like being very sneaky towards my party mates. It's just what I don't know what's gonna happen when when that pot gets put in there. So I'm just out of precaution, going into the tree, trying to remain out of sight.
Okay. Fair enough, fair enough.
What?
In that case, Grace, as you
Yeah.
approach the precipice of the once filled pond in the corner of the valley, you yourself are able to pick up on the somewhat vaguely matching smells. You can tell that there is, at the very least, a degree of commonality between the contents of the pot and what is both inside this pond and presumably what was suffused within the water. Do you pour the pot?
Yeah, I'm going to drain the thing. So we'll just
All right.
take it out.
Go ahead and roll me an athletics check just to show how vigorously you dump that content.
Yeet!
Athletics, you say? Helps if I'm not in my spells. Here we go.
Yes, it would.
Boink.
Well, with
Average.
the degree of levity that you would expect just a general person emptying a pot to have, you see as Kiki nonchalantly empties out the contents of the pot into the large open area in the corner of the valley, and you see as a rising ball of steam begins to flow out as a large transference of energy from the still only just stopped bubbling contents of the pot rapidly cools in the presence of the environmental stone. The smell of the contents suddenly spikes in intensity, with you yourself, Kiki, and anybody else within a several foot radius of the area having to step away, shield their eyes, and hold their breath to save themselves from the now potently acrid scent that is rapidly emanating from the pit. However, aside from this awful stench and the large cloud of steam that goes rising up into the air, you don't seem to trigger anything in particular, with after around 15 or so seconds having passed, there seemingly been having little to no effect.
Does the sense of localized evil fade and malice?
Well, it has been a minute since the last time you used one of your bursts of.
Yeah, I'll pop another one. Why not?
Okay.
I think it lasts 10, but yeah.
Once again, expanding forth your divine sense, you are able to pick up on two sources of evil this time instead of just one. First of all, it does appear as though the initial source of malice is now concentrated within the small pit in front of you. However, also coming directly from Groose, there is another source of this evil.
Groose, you appear to have been infected. What darkness is this?
It is worth noting, by the way, that the whatever is currently afflicting Groose appears to be paltry in comparison.
Is this because of the fountain? By the way, I'm surprised no one walking out of the cave has commented on my my goblin fountain.
Well, unfortunately, it does take time for laxatives to have effect, but I'm sure if you stick around long enough,
Yeah, we haven't heard anything splurting out yet.
that cauldron's still warming up.
Can I cast create water and just douse that thing? Oh no, destroy water and just douse that and just destroy that thing.
Sure, if you want to.
All right. And just to
Go
make
ahead
sure,
and post the description of the spell.
You have a
Here it is.
spell called Destroy Water?
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Create or destroy water.
Oh.
An amazing spell. It lets you make matter cease to be.
Yeah, that could have been useful earlier.
To be fair, I was kind of busy with my own survival.
You weren't.
Yes, I was.
Nah.
I was dangling between 1 HP and 12, like changing each and every single turn. Come on.
You had
Yes.
plot armor.
I didn't.
Well, CD, you cast the destroy aspect of create or destroy water, and do so with the intent of eliminating the contents of the pool. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, as you approach the pool and cast this spell, you direct the destructive energies at the water within, and as a result, you see as very quickly, rapidly, and suddenly the contents of the pool is drained away, leaving behind what is best described as a dry and crusty residue that appears to have caked the inside of the pit. You have quite efficiently eliminated all of the water, but whatever was suspended within the water once contained within the pot has since been eliminated.
Well, that
CD,
that.
Hold on, are we
I'm
talking
in-
about concentrated evil lining that lake?
And
CD, I'm impressed.
I would say that between CD's casting of that spell and now, your detection of evil is lasting just long enough, Grace, to be able to tell that whilst it has been reduced from a liquid to a now much more compacted solid, the aspect of disgust and evil suffused within the material still remains.
Perhaps, do I have anything I can contain this in, like a pot? Is there a pot or something in the cave?
Maybe
you've
a
got
cauldron.
You've got a cauldron.
Don't you have
in
the
your
cauldron
hands.
still?
Maybe a cauldron would work. I don't know.
You know
We have
what?
one of them.
Fine.
At this point, the total contents of this pool could quite easily be contained within a tankard. And considering I imagine most of you carry at least your own personal tankard around, you could quite easily scrape it all up and contain it.
Not mine.
I
All right,
shall.
not it.
Not it.
I shall contain
just-
this evil. I shall take on this burden until I can cleanse it.
I'm just
Okay.
moderately amused that our paladin is literally spreading evil right now across the land.
Yeah.
No, she just made it more compact, and now she's going to be carrying it around.
I just
So
yield it.
was that all you found in the cave?
There was.
Kiki, if you are having Grace go through the process of gathering up the material from within the pond and basically containing it, go ahead and add onto your inventory 1 mug of condensed dehydrated evil.
my
That
God.
sounds ridiculous.
Is the next step freeze drying it? Just
I wonder if
Actually, you
Grace
know
knows
what?
anything about mixing cocktails.
I'm getting
Given
time bandits
how-
flashback.
Given how the magical nature of destroy water works, without there being any kind of chemical change via heating, and instead just simply the forceful removal of the water, yes, go ahead and add into your inventory, Grace, 1 mug of freeze-dried evil. The
Wow.
rest of you would note, by the way, that whilst the stench of the material has been considerably reduced, it does still have that distinct, acrid, and almost vaguely medicinal odor to it.
When I next
Could I?
find something like, for example, a Chinese takeaway pot, I shall use it to seal it within the plastic confinements.
Good to
Could
know.
I?
Good to know.
Could I see whether or not the contents of that
Yeah,
evil
one of those.
could be used in poisons and whatnot?
You would have to ask Grace, I'm afraid, as she has the full control over this right now.
Grace, could I see that evil?
I am impressed by your willingness to approach this, but I shall take this upon myself. I cannot have this spread to the rest of the party. It already seems to have tainted Grease.
Oh no, it's not. I don't think that's exactly what tainted grows, but no. I just want to check whether or not this thing might, be
As
damaging or poisonous.
as Grace points out that whatever this is apparently already tainted Groose, CD, you yourself do make note of the fact that it appears as though not only does a similar scent, albeit on a much more subtle degree, seem to exist with it on Groose, but the same can also be said for Gunnar
So they're
and
both.
Garrow. Now that I think about it,
And Grace herself, then, if that's the case, right?
well,
Yes,
obviously
I mean-
Grace, since considering
Yeah.
she's
Carrying it.
holding the source.
The
Let me
sauce.
just check on see whether or not it's poisonous or not. Yeah, just to make sure.
We have no need to know whether or not it's poisonous. We're not going to be consuming it or spreading it.
But aren't you curious at the very least?
No, the first cathedral or suitable church we find, this shall be sanctified and cast
Defaced.
Yeah.
away.
See the
Chase.
face palms.
Why do you want to consume the evil?
I don't. I just want to take a look at it. Are none of you curious?
Hey V, why are you trying to resurrect the demon?
I'm.
I go
face-
down from the tree. I get down from the tree and get back into the cave.
This has already corrupted too many of us. I can't allow it to corrupt another CD. I'm sorry.
I don't think.
Never mind. Just at the
Oh.
at the very least, can you tell me what you found in the cave? Other
By
than
the
that?
way, just as a quick reference there, Grace, the material that you poured out into the pond and then CD rapidly dehydrated it and then you scraped it back off again for storage, the final resulting substance is almost like the result of having it's almost like the result of having scraped off the inside of an oven. It is dark, it has a vaguely oily texture to it, and generally speaking is it has a very clumpy and yet fairly dry texture. Generally speaking, it's quite awful and sticks to most things.
Yeah, we do not want to be casting this between too many different people.
Ginge, just
There were some tomes in there. Perhaps some of them speak of what darkness this is.
I guess we'll have to check. I guess we'll have to check out the cave.
Hey,
But,
hold
Fair
on.
enough.
I've just had a great
ju-
idea. I've just had a fantastic idea. Right, see, you're a druid, right? You can be immune to poisons.
Yes, I have.
See what it tastes like.
What? No,
Aw.
I don't have immunity to. I have resistance to poisons, but I'm not suicidal. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Plus, I dread to think what foul creature would result from something like Seedy eating this.
Excuse me.
That
I'm
was worth a
I'm
shot.
just
Speaking
looking at this.
of the inside of the cave, sorry to cut this short, but Theo, you had Grigori go back inside.
Yeah.
What is it that you're looking for inside there?
I just want to see if there are any interesting books that I can take with me. Anything
Okay.
regarding magic or history or anything related to elves. Or maybe perhaps
Uh,
dwarves.
Roll me an investigation check, or another check of your choice, depending on what you're after.
Can I have his
Yeah.
dice?
No.
See, Chase, you're needed because it's because of your roles that we get these roles.
Yes, you are what is known as the Karmasing.
Also, you chose
hate-
yourself to be a subhuman. Sorry, a subspecies.
No, I did not. Humans are the species. Fuck you. You goddamn knife-eared fuck.
So, Grigori, as you look around inside the cave, relying on your elven dark vision to be able to read the various titles of tomes and such, you are immediately disappointed to find that it appears as though the vast majority of the books, whilst appearing to have titles along the lines of the complete history of Nador and Maya and other such tantalizing aspect of information, as you quickly open them up and skim through the pages, you see that vast swaths of said information have been torn out, with the books themselves apparently having been desecrated by goblin hand, either in the sense of having just simply been destroyed for the purposes of who knows what, or in one particular case of a relatively uninspired book, one with the title of Elixirs and How to Corrupt Them, the details of the book having been scrolled over in what you can only assume to be the goblin version of some vague attempt at, I don't know, written speech or something. In either case, it disgusts you to your core.
This is all toilet paper quality books currently. Alright. Anything else that could be of interest? Any other Is there anything worth selling left? Do you think?
There's a couple of trinkets here and there. There's an oddly looking there's an odd looking bead that you see that is apparently just sitting there in a jar by itself, emitting a faint pulse of light that seems to grow brighter and darker over the course of 10 to 15 seconds. It's only because of your extended time just simply staring at this shelf of various knickknacks and such that you're actually able to spot that this apparent magical bead actually has anything interesting about it in the first place.
Can I ponder it some more?
Yes, you may ponder the small glowing orb.
Alright. I'm gonna take that with me. I'll take another quick look around the cave, and this is probably the last interesting thing I can find in there, so I'll just head back out and I'm gonna ask to Gunnar, hey, I just found this thing. I have no idea what it is. Can you take a look at it? And then I'll also just like turn my head to Siri to say it might stink slightly better than you, but it's you maybe want to take a look in there as well if you can find anything. Don't try to stink up the place, will you?
Yeah. Jokes. I once I presume I'm done with the goblins and just head in there with Gunnar, right?
All right. So
Um,
as the pair of you make your way inside, and Gunnar, you were handed the small orb by your friend. It looks to be a slightly smaller than a tennis ball, perhaps somewhere between a golf ball and a tennis ball in size, and is otherwise small and has a soft baby blue texture to it, perfectly opaque with not even a hint of translucentness to it, but yet offering a degree of soft light that can only really be seen as you take it into the dark cave. As was described to Grigori, it appears as though it appears to faintly pulse over the course of 10 to 15 seconds, with the light gradually growing stronger and then dimmer in turn.
Can I cast Identify on it?
You can. Are you going to use a spell slot or are you going to ritual this?
I'm going to ritual it because I have no more spell slots.
Fair enough. In that case, whilst Gunnar is doing that, CD, you yourself have also made your way into the cave alongside your dwarven friend. What are you going to do as you see him sit down and begin to ponder the orb?
I take a look at, well, while he's pondering the orb, I take a look around at the rudimentary lab that the goblin witch shaman had.
Okay. Well, the first thing of note is the fact that my earphones are complaining about low battery. Give me a moment.
I keep telling him that the energy keeps falling out, and then he keeps turning it on the other way, but he just needs a pair of cabled headphones or something.
I think all he needs is for you to shove that robot orb into it.
Yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
one. It's not
Powered
like
up the
Garrow needs
spiders.
it. It's not. Yeah, it's not like Gunner needs it. Where's
No.
spider fisting when you need it?
Stop
It's a new
insulting
form
me, please.
of green energy generation.
Look, I'm your karma
Baby.
sink. You kind of need me for all those 20 rolls, all right?
That's true. That's true. He performs a valuable service.
Yeah, by having all the shit rolls.
Mhm.
While he's sorting out his headphones, I guess I will ask Bruce what he thinks about this strange liquid he managed to capture in his flask.
Oh, that, yeah. Well, bit of luck that worked actually. You know, I was surprised. I don't know. Might be a monster of some sort in the bottle. Would you like to try some?
Gero laughs heartily and then says, maybe once I've had a chance to recuperate, I'm feeling a bit under the weather, shall we say, after that last fight.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
no, well done. That was a great idea. Something I would have perhaps thought of myself had I
Right.
known about your special flask.
Hmm. I mean, I'm wondering if I open this thing. I don't know. If I open this thing, is it gonna jump back out? Can I pour some on the floor? Is it gonna create a monster? Is it? I think this requires further investigation.
I agree totally. Though, as I say, perhaps we should wait till we've rested up a bit.
Yes.
Be at our best, just in case.
By the way, old chap, you don't happen to have any booze on you, do you?
Let me check my my packs. See what I have. No, I'm afraid I don't.
Hmm.
If I see any, I'll be sure to let you know, of course.
Can I rummage around the local area to see if anybody, any of the goblins had any alcohol on them in any way, shape, or form?
Sure. Go ahead and roll me either an investigation check or a perception check. Your choice.
Investigation or perception? Or investigation, or what was the other one? Perception. Was it perception?
Investigation or perception, yes.
Gonna have to be perception because
You'll-
investigation is basically awful.
Um,
21 do?
Well, as you take a look around and you attempt to try and find some form of booze, you decide probably best off looking across all the various dead bodies that you have left scattered around, and you go through quite a few of the goblins before you eventually decide, oh yes, of course, the lookout. He's the most likely to get drunk on a regular basis. So you climb up onto the cliff and you search his body, and indeed you do in fact find a small flask of something. Uncorking it and giving it a sniff. It smells vaguely alcoholic, though honestly you have no idea if this is actually edible by a human.
Give it a swig.
It immediately reminds you of the ever so familiar taste of bad ideas.
Oh dear.
A specific mistake maker, or
No, not the mistake maker. No, it's not quite that bad, but it is just the general taste of something that is a terrible idea to drink. Also known as methanol.
Methanol, basically. Okay, I will explain. Jesus Christ. Whatever. Maybe the more appropriate expletive.
Mm.
And
It's only a small bottle of it. You would guess. You would guess somewhere in the realms of maybe 100 milliliters, 200 milliliters, something about that much.
Okay.
I'll shout up to Groose. Have you found anything up there?
Oh, whoa. I've something. Yeah. We'll save that for really desperate measures. Or if we really don't like someone. I'll come back down. Christ! Oh.
I take it your mission was a success then.
By oof. Idnagi wouldn't want to poison people with this, I'll tell you. Whoa. This is not nice. Everything is better than this, in fact. I suspect Kiki's cauldron was better than this. Grace's cauldron was better than this. Tasting. Oh well.
Oh well, perhaps Scrackle or his kobold friends have something to wet our whistle.
No, they've been borrowing mine throughout the entire trip. I really don't think they have. It's a bit of a shame. Oh well.
Well, getting back to the events taking place within the cave. CD, what was it that you were looking for on the inside?
I was looking at the basically the lab in there, the rudimentary lab you were talking about.
Course. And let's see. Go ahead and roll for me a check of your choice, though, and try and determine if there is, in fact, anything in here worth looking into.
Should I roll something?
Yes, a check of your choice.
A
skill of your choice, I should say.
Roll acrobatics.
Okay. Just Just so you know, the broken amulet, I already added it to my wisdom, giving me +2.
Okay, that's good to know.
Okay.
All right, so you step in and you immediately begin to take in your surroundings, the smells, you immediately gag. The sights, you see Theo and immediately gag. And the sounds, there isn't really much to hear in here.
But I
But
still
there is
do.
one thing that catches your attention. That being the thing that was heating up the cauldron. You see there is a large overhanging metal structure made up of what appears to be some kind of deconstructed barrel that the cauldron was apparently hanging from. But in either case, you do see that whereas you would expect to see a fire under such circumstances, you do not see a fire. Instead, seeing a rather jagged looking kind of orangey reddish stone, which looks to be about the size of a small football that's just kind of embedded into the ground to an extent.
Huh. Can if this thing heats up the cauldron? I see he's just talking to himself. I
It
wonder
is
if
hot to the touch, by the way.
yeah. I wonder if I look at Gunnar, see that he's currently busy with pondering the orb, so I don't bother him. I just make a mental note to ask him later to help me with this thing, since he knows more about Arcane.
All right. Aside from that, the only other thing that really catches your attention is the various notebooks that you see scattered around, which you can see have been mostly scattered around by an incredulous elf who has evidently already looked upon the various contents of said books and decided that they weren't worth the effort.
Do I see? It's hard to explain it. Basically, I want to see whether through pictures if there's some that talk about potions and potion making.
No, there isn't really anything like that, I'm afraid.
All right, I figured. So
You know what? Go ahead and roll me a check on your herbalism kit, assuming you have that set up.
I have my
Or
poisoner's kit.
that works.
Yeah.
With a 10, I would say that's enough for you to be able to pick up something. You look around and you see on the shelf that there is various jars of bits and pieces. You see some pickled onions and vinegar, and you see what appears to be an eyeball of some kind that is in an advanced state of decay. Quite frankly, you are afraid to touch it in case it explodes. But there is one thing that does catch your eye. That being towards the top of the shelf, there appears to be what looks like a flower of sorts, dried out and allowed to just simply sit in the top of the shelf and in a cool, dry place, as the saying goes. But you recognize it as being the flower of the deadly nightshade.
Oh, this would make something really, really nice.
Wait, didn't we
You know
already
that
find one? Or was
find
that
one what?
or is that a different flower?
We
No,
found, I
you
think,
found
a ash flower thing.
yes, you found something that was contained within Marsh's inventory. But this flower here is something entirely different.
Oh, okay, sorry. I just heard the name and thought that sounded similar, but then it's not. Never mind.
Now, Chase, you're familiar enough with the nightshade plant to know that the various berries that the plant produces can be distilled down into something that is truly awful. But the flowers, though, you're not entirely sure.
I still take it and see if. What should I roll to see if I can think of any poisons that use it?
I would say that would either be a general wisdom check or another roll on your poisonous kit.
Let's roll wisdom. A 14.
Thinking back, can't really remember any specific ingredients or poisons that could use this as an ingredient, but, well, you get the impression that maybe there's some kind of aspect of poison that this can be used in, maybe something from a more representative standpoint in the form of magics. You're sure it'll come in handy sometime in the future.
Yeah, I still hold on to it. Could
Go ahead
Well-
and add to your inventory dried nightshade flower.
All right. Other than that, could I just replenish my poisons from the ingredients in here?
I would say that you can get enough materials from the inside of this cave to be able to make one more dose of your specific kinds of poisons. It appears as though this particular laboratory wasn't specifically designed for the creation of poisonous materials, although there's enough here that can be repurposed for such. By the time you're done with this, by the way, Marsh, I would say that the process of pondering the orb will have finished.
Ooh.
When you finally finish going through the process of identifying it, you have you realize that the item held before you is in fact a relatively minor magical item known as a bead of wisdom. Once per day, you can ask it a question, and it will respond in kind. And this response can be of virtually any subject, but it's not necessarily guaranteed to be accurate information. It's much more efficient at giving you general tips on where you should go, or perhaps what would next be best done in the event that you were at a complete loss of what to do next.
I feel like whenever we have the opportunity, we should be asking the orb of the gem of wisdom whether or not traps are gay.
I'm sure it would respond with, "They are quite wonderful.
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay." Especially fire traps. They're fun.
If you like, I can get something specific written up for that and get it sent over to you next time we either bring the session to a close or go on a break of sorts.
Something specific for whether or not traps are gay or for the gem?
Both.
For the gem. It's called a bead of wisdom, by the way. Add that to your inventory, Gunnar.
Hey, he's not the one that keeps it. I am the one that found it.
I identified it, so it's mine.
Yoink.
Well, he is currently the one who holds the bead.
You've kept enough stuff. You have the lockbox. You have that stuff. This is
You
mine.
don't know about the lockbox.
Well, I don't care. I'm keeping the bead.
I'll be
Or
over
do you
at the
want it
tree.
from me?
Nah, I'm not gonna take it from you. I'm not that low. I'm gonna go to the tree. So just yeah.
He's gonna go to the tree and sulk. You knife-eared tree lover.
I make him a gesture that he knows that's not a nice gesture, and I'm gonna take a closer look at that lockbox for now.
Okay. Roll me an investigation check.
No, Chase, you cannot
Feisty.
have it. No, Chase, you cannot have my dice rolls.
Oh my fucking god.
You and your
This
fucking
is
rolls.
what he gets for being a noble. You see,
That's
he's
information
just
that
better
nobody
than you.
knows.
Can we reenact the French Revolution now?
What
Hang
are you talking
Theo,
about? Nobody says
Are
anything.
you basically a squirrel? You found a piece of treasure. You just run up a tree and then look at it once you're in the
No,
tree.
no, I'm just gonna sit down. I'm just gonna sit down at the base of the tree and just taking a look at it. I'm not gonna climb up there.
Okay then.
Well,
Uh,
as you take
do-
the lockbox over to the tree, you were able to spot a couple of interesting aspects about it. First of all, it appears as though the lockbox itself, despite its relatively intricate construction and overall high degree of quality in its design, combined with the fact that it almost seems to be suspiciously in good condition. Perhaps it either has a degree of magic to it, or maybe the goblin in question only stole it relatively recently and has yet to have the necessary opportunity to wipe its ass with said box. But in either case, as you look it over, the thing that strikes you most odd is the complete and utter lack of any kind of manufacturer's identification markers. It appears as though whoever made this box either simply didn't care or didn't want to have their name associated with it.
No, dear, that's not foreboding or anything.
It's
If
not
if
like we
I
have an experience with things
yeah,
that clean themselves.
it's yeah, it's not like we have experience with something that clean itself, and also stay in a weird, very good condition, and then suddenly get demons after you. But in any case, I'm gonna shake it around. Do I hear anything inside? Or did you have
Yes,
anything?
you.
Did you have anything more to describe it out?
No. That was all I had to describe it. It's well, I suppose the only other thing worth noting is the fact that it appears to be made of some kind of stained purple wood. But just aside from that, as you give it a quick shake, you hear the clattering of some apparently small object on the inside. You can only guess that whatever is inside it has not been given the velvety cushioning that the enchanted dagger was able to receive.
It was only a small shake, not a big shake. But can I take a look at? It was a locked box, right?
Yes, a lockbox typically has a lock on it, and indeed
Yeah.
this one
Is
appears to be locked.
Is it a lock that is like hanging off of it, or is it an internal lock or anything?
It is an internal lock.
All right. Can I take a closer look at it, see if it's gunked up or anything like that?
Looking on the inside, it doesn't appear as though there's any obstructions. If you were to attempt to pick it, the only limiting factor would be your skill in doing so.
All right, I'll do that then. Do I need to roll with my thieves tools or with my which
This
two?
would be your thieves' tools, yes. As you attempt to pick the lock, you take out the thieves' tools and attempt to maneuver the various picks into it, but you soon come to the realization that the size of this lock is just simply too small to even get your tiniest of picks into it. It's bizarre. It's bizarre that you didn't realize that this was the case until you actually tried to pick the lock, but no, just thieves' tools are too large. Either you'll have to unlock it magically, or perhaps get a smaller set of tools to do so. Or maybe
Okay.
just hand it to Garrow and have him pry it open with his brutish strength.
I got a different idea.
I have a magic spell for that, you know.
But before you, I'll sort of whatever side Garrow is on, I move the logbox to a different side. I have a different idea. I have a different idea. How much do you reckon that this box itself is worth? If I were to guess, would it be how much would I get for it if I would sell it on its own?
Going off of the last remnants of that 25 investigation, I'm going to allow you to have an estimation of around, I don't know, 10 gold pieces at most if you were to sell it to the right person. You could probably expect to get around 5 gold pieces if you were to sell it to a general trader, though.
All right. I'm gonna take out my elven dagger and just cut through the lock.
All right. As you take out the enchanted knife and you press the blade into the latch, do you attempt to cut it on the hinged side or the locked side?
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put it down so that the lock is up, and ever so slightly just push the edge of the knife in so that I only hit the lock itself.
Okay, so you're attempting to effectively destroy the internals of the lock using the bladed instrument.
Yes. Basically, I'm attempting to slice the lock.
Okay. I'm not going to make you roll for that. As you push the blade into the lock, you meet a very small amount of resistance, something which you note as being the first time this dagger has ever met any resistance of any kind. But soon you find the material of the lock giving way, and as a result, the box is now presumably able to be opened.
All right. But regarding that, last episode, I stuck this dagger into the bitch. Did I feel any resistance there?
No resistance at all when you jabbed it into the goblin.
And when
Although
I sliced her arm half.
one thing you did note when you stabbed the goblin shaman with it, just the simple act of pushing the dagger in and then pulling it back out again seemed to create such a clean wound that almost no bleeding resulted from it. It seems as though that this dagger is ironically double-edged in that it stabs so cleanly that unless you actually then proceed to cut with it, the wounds don't tend to bleed much.
Okay. Okay, interesting. But yeah, I'm gonna open the. Oh boy, yeah. Who has a point there? It might be a lightsaber. I'm seeing that
That would be terrifying.
the lockbox is now open. I'm gonna open it and take a look at what's inside.
Okay. As you go ahead and open the lockbox, I would like you to make me a Constitution saving throw, please. As you open the box, you see as a small blast of distinctly dark light, almost as if an explosion of it kind of if you imagine the sensation of seeing a bright light go off, except it is in the inverse, a blast of darkness is immediately jutted out, with anybody who happens to be looking in the direction seeing Grigori's entire face suddenly engulfed in a momentary blast of sheer pitch black. Theo, as you open the box, you are suddenly engulfed in a blast of necrotic damage. Totaling to 17 necrotic damage. The result is, it's painful. It feels as though you have just had maybe the worst sunburn of your entire life, and just for a split second inflict itself upon your face, with the resulting after effects feeling as though your face is simultaneously itchy and also burning. It is awful, truly awful.
Oh,
The rest of you, looking upon Grigori, would see his face bright red.
Was there any sound?
Partially swollen, even. No sound, surprisingly enough. It was just I would say there was a sound, but it amounted to little more than the sound of the box being opened.
So no sound of flesh frying.
No. It was just you looked upon Theo, Grigori, and suddenly there was Grigori, then there was Black, then there was very upset looking, swollen, red faced Grigori.
Damn, you really look like you need a drink.
Shut up. Imagine just the wily coyote, just black, just covered in soot, face of an explosion. Usually how Chase ends up after being forced to transform back into his human form.
It's not nice being on the other side, is it? Huh?
I don't remember you being here, rat boy.
Like the first damage.
you.
I don't know about
so far.
Bruce, but I'm going to approach the stricken elf and ask if he's all right and what just happened.
I just sort of blink a bit as well, like I opened the box. It went dark for a second, and now everything hurts.
What's in the box? What's in the box?
Is there...
Yeah.
Luckily, it says.
I have a look inside the box to see what might have done that.
Yeah, is there anything there, Ginger?
Oh no, it's the knife all over again, isn't it?
Approximately the size of a baby's fist, you see a flawless diamond. You would estimate this, upon first glance, to be worth many hundreds of gold pieces.
Damn.
Yeah, worth it. That's going into the inventory. Actually, I'll tell. Can I? Do you reckon I can fix the lock with some help of somebody who has mending, or is it just ruined?
Roll me a check of your choice, Theo.
Oh boy, I can't wait to be chased by a jewel white.
Yeah.
I would say, from your overall expertise in most things magical and intrigue and generally high-born matters, this is something that you would, to a degree, recognize as a booby-trapped lockbox. Generally speaking, these kinds of things are intended to be able to act as a kind of contemporary emergency measure, intended to, if not kill, severely and preferably permanently maim whoever broke into the box, in order to allow them to either simply be found dead at the crime scene, or to allow said individual to be easily tracked down and identified.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Generally speaking, this looks like the kind of thing where where perhaps a noble would have been traveling with this item in his possession, and upon it being stolen and opened without the necessary key, said thief would have met a rather nasty end. You just so happen to be a little bit more resilient than most thieves.
Yeah, that took about a third of my health away.
Before Theo pockets
Sorry,
the diamond,
2/3.
may I do an Arcana check just in case it's cursed or anything?
Sure. Go ahead and roll Arcana. Taking a look at the box. Well, it's purple and it's just spat some kind of evil energy into your friend's face.
I was looking at the diamond in particular.
Oh,
Yeah, he
the
was.
diamond.
He was.
The diamond. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood. Looking
fine.
at the diamond, you, assuming you don't get any resistance from Grigori, you are able to pick it up and get a good close look at it, and you're not able to see any kind of inscriptions or carvings of any kind. It appears to be a very pretty, albeit entirely mundane diamond.
Is it like the stereotypical diamond form, or is it just like a nice big rock? Or
It's a pillow cut.
What?
It's a pillow cut diamond.
all right.
I'll post an image.
Yeah, I'm looking it up now. That's a pretty one.
Right, well, after examining it, I hand it back to Theo. Say, looks like you're fine this time. It's spent its spell energies on you, but you might want to be a bit more careful opening strange boxes in the future. You never know what you might find in them. I happen to know a very reliable knock spell that might help you next time.
You know what? I'll take your offer on that. Thank you. I'm just gonna put this back in the box, try to sort of wrap it around with some. But you didn't answer my thing, by the way. Is it possible to repair with mending?
I'm not going to ask you to roll. I'm going to say probably not.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'll just wrap it around something so that it keeps a diamond in it, and it doesn't, I don't know, get open while it's moving in my backpack.
That's fair.
Small ornate box with pillow shaped diamond. Pillow cut diamond.
That being said, by the way, who would like to be the one responsible for going around looting all of the dead goblins?
I thought CD did that already.
Yeah. Oh, I thought Gruce.
Yeah, I
was-
already did that already.
Right.
Right, okay.
Gruce and CD,
Um,
apparently.
Well, in that case, go ahead and one of the two, either Gruce or CD, roll an investigation check to determine the success of your looting endeavors.
Should I roll it or should you?
It's up to the two of you. Trig, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
What's your investigation?
Either yourself or CD are needing to roll an investigation to effectively loot all of the dead goblins scattered around the area.
What's your
Excellent.
investigation?
My investigation is pretty low, unfortunately. I have a no anything in it. Zero.
All right, I have a 1, so it's not any better. But
If you can, if you could heal me, I could help.
Yeah.
With a 14 investigation, the pair of you wandering around and helping each other out, you are able to effectively find a few bits and pieces from the various goblins. You find a large selection of rather shoddy looking weapons. What in the goblins' hands appears to be roughly short sword sized, effectively amounts to a large collection of blunt daggers. I would say roll me 2d10 to determine the number of quote shitty daggers you're able to find.
6.
So cool because they're badly made or because they're covered in goblin feces?
Depending where they
Yes.
found them. What's the status
I would
of the
say-
fountain?
Yeah, it's got to have been
Fountain.
about. Yes, the fountain. The goblin that I
Oh.
tied up and yes.
I'm saving the best for last.
Excellent.
Roll me another 2d10 to determine the number of goblin short bows you were able to find.
11 short bows.
Okay. The rest of those, unfortunately, were damaged beyond a usable state in the ensuing scrap.
13.
And now roll me 1d4 to determine the number of just random health potions you happen to scavenge off of the variety of goblins.
You do it.
What you mean 4?
Craig. Yes. Okay.
Congratulations. Go ahead and after this is all done, share between your party or just simply hoard for yourself 4 2d4 plus 2 standard healing potions.
I should take this opportunity to point out that you may notice Garo has been leaning rather heavily on his staff since the combat.
It's alright, I can heal you. I still
Um,
have my first level slot here, Cure Wounds.
Oh, that's good. Can you give me some as well?
Yeah, sure. I cast it
I'm
twice
pretty sure
on both of them.
else is lower than you are.
That's not the point.
I have 1 hit point.
Yes, I think I've got 1 hit point.
Alright,
as well.
let me just heal you. 1d8.
I wouldn't go
plus-
bonkers and let's not use healing potions on this one because we can take a long rest
Yeah.
and get all of that back. We can't
Oh,
take a
yeah.
long rest
Yeah,
and
but
get a
we-
healing potion back.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
still
a good
going.
one.
I'm still going to cast the healing spell. If
Then just only
to-
cast it. Yeah, only cast it on Garo. I think I can survive with 12 hit points.
Oh,
Oh my god, your rolls.
all right. Let me try and roll that again. Another spell, just to make sure you're still standing because I can't just.
Yeah, I mean, if you'd rolled any lower, I would have lost health from that one.
And then see
That's
that's
fair.
better. That's better.
That puts me up to a healthy amount.
There you go, big boy. You're good to go, aren't you?
Okay,
All
Garo
right.
tips his hat in your direction. Much obliged.
Please
No.
tell me you didn't just call him Big Boy.
He did.
I would like
I
someone
didn't
to
hear that.
roll
I don't know
10d10.
what you heard.
10d10.
Mhm.
Anyone else who wants to roll it? Because
Yeah,
I
you
know
know
my
what?
luck is shit.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Thank you.
That is the number of goblinoid arrows you receive from the various people. And now roll 10d10 again. That is the number of gold pieces that you receive from the entire encampment as a whole. And again, please. That is the number of silver pieces you receive from the encampment as a whole. And one last 10d10 to determine the number of copper pieces. Ooh, it's a shame you couldn't have rolled that one on the gold pieces, eh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bruce was faster with his button.
So,
No,
just to repeat that, the 62 is the number of arrows you receive. 59 is the number of gold pieces you receive. The 60 is the number of silver you receive. 75 is the number of copper pieces you receive.
Who's writing this down?
The person
Good
who
question.
finds it, I guess.
The people looting them, I hope.
Yeah, I would assume that the people not looting don't know what you found unless you tell us.
I'll take care of the arrows and the weapons, the daggers.
fine. I'm gonna put all of the coins into a basically I'm gonna split it evenly. No point in pissing people off by hoarding shit for yourself that can be shared evenly amongst the group. We are a party after all, so
Now,
we'll divide all the coins evenly, I guess. think that's the best route along.
Now that that has been sorted, is there anything else that anybody would like to ask? Not regarding the impending waterfall, I should say.
I don't have anything.
No, I'll wait till after the waterfall.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
Well.
yeah.
In that case,
Bear in mind, I haven't told anybody that I've done this. You've just seen me tie up a goblin and position him over the edge of a cliff in a slightly odd way.
Speaking of, I'm going to send you a DM now, Trig, and I'd
Okay.
like you to respond in DMs as well.
Okay.
I didn't take any damage during the fight. Yet I got myself hurt by a trap.
Are you feeling left out?
No,
Yes.
no, it was worth.
Yeah.
And
Don't
my
worry
my
about
only
it.
regret is
I hear traps always hurt you in the end.
I need to check up on my my robot.
Yeah, you need any help with it?
Well, we'll have to see about that, won't we? Yeah.
Well, if you need any metal cut, I've got the tool for the job.
Thankfully.
That dagger is becoming very useful very quickly.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
From the moment we found it.
That's not me saying that CD is redeemed in picking up an obvious cursed item.
Oh yeah, definitely
Twice.
not.
Wait. What do you mean twice?
Shut up.
Okay.
Well, there was the
So,
first time, and then there was the
Thanks for
second.
that clarification of information from Trig.
So hold on,
As
there's
the
6 in the
party-
party, isn't there?
Yes.
Yes, I think there is, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So just
Seven if you count the rat.
yeah, I was going to say just split up the coins 10 each essentially, of each. Anyway.
That does make things easy.
Mm.
So, that being said, as the party gathers around underneath the tree in the middle of the encampment, surrounded by death and surrounded by coin, nursing various wounds and recovering from this arduous battle and counting the resulting spoils, suddenly you hear from atop the cliff to the northeast of the valley, or northwest of the valley, I should say. You just hear a "Oh no!" Suddenly what can best be described as the sudden sound of somebody watering the nearby vegetation explodes outwards, creating a wave of effluence that comes tumbling down the side of the cliff face and pouring over the surrounding 15 feet worth of vegetation. You rapidly hear the goblin begin to screech in pain, complaining about something of the burning, oh the burning, let it stop. With the final conclusion being a final screech of pain followed by silence, and then the gushing of material gradually coming to a close.
I say, do goblins normally do that?
By the way, I'm just going to say this. The goblin is now considered dead.
alive!
Worth it.
Do we have any healing spells left for the
So
Yeah, I
anyway,
need them for my sides.
remember that time where we said we weren't going to commit war crimes? If this doesn't constitute a war crime,
my
And with
fucking
that,
sides are in
I'm
orbit.
calling a break to the session.
Okay, how much poison did you put into the goblin? Exactly.
What?
How much diarrhea potion did you put in the goblin exactly?
Oh, just one.
You killed it by shitting itself. Oh, for fuck. I'm not even...
I wanted to know what this stuff did, just in case I need to use it in the future. You can't just...
don't use it in the future, especially if you want something to stay alive.
It's all right. You know, next time he needs to test a potion, we won't bound up an evil creature and use it as a test subject. We can always use, I don't know, a giant spider.
I can't shit in that form.
Well, you say
that's a very good point. Then we need to do this for science.
That's a
That is going to
hypothesis.
make things very challenging for you, isn't it?
If anything, I would be able to use that. I would be able to use that poison on other people if it can be injected through the bloodstream.
You're not having it. That's my poison.
Wait. Hang on. Are we suggesting that because he gets the poison by eating it, doesn't he? Are we suggesting we feed it to him?
Oh, that's a good idea. I'm interested. Is Scrack still about? Because whilst I'm dying with laughter at this, I want to see what Scrack's face is.
Thankfully, Scrack has made his way back through the canyon and has reunited with the other kobolds on the other side.
I want to know. I think Scrack could approve.
I'm gonna take out my little notebook and I, as best to my abilities as I can, I'm gonna try drawing this one in.
All right. Well, I would say go ahead and make sure that you include the detail that upon getting a more close-up inspection of the damage, you note that it appears as though the internal lining of the goblin's intestine appears to have been expelled through the anus.
Jesus
And is
Christ.
is now artfully draped over the surrounding cliff face.
Oh no!
As long as it's artful.
Somebody.
Explosive prolapse.
I can't even click. Oh, there it is. Pink. There we go.
You turned it
Oh.
insides, outsides.
It looks like a cursed Christmas tree. Oh, Christ.
I hope you appreciate what you've done here, Trick.
I really do.
There we go.
So the creature basically died to a fart joke.
Yes.
Oh no. This was far beyond a fart joke.
A shit joke. A shitty joke, if you will.
Mamma mia, Papa Pia, goblins got the diarrhea.
Oh, God. Anyway, speaking of terrible, terrible things, I have some business with my robot.
With your Roomba.
Yes.
As you can see in Yeast chat.
Yes.
Yeast chat.
Yes.
Look, I thought
with
my
all
mess,
this
look at my
coming to
boy.
a close. By the way, I did call an official break for the session, despite
Yes, you did.
the events regarding the goblin.
Shall
If
we
you're
get
going
back
for a
in?
snack, that's probably ruined your appetite.
I'm definitely not gonna take any peanuts, that's for sure.
But yeah,
No,
when we come back from break, Garrow will want to talk to Gunnar about his robot.
That's
Okay.
fair.
So, in what, 10, 15 minutes?
Sure.
Cool.
All right.
In the meantime,
So
if
it's,
anybody from the audience wants to ask anything, feel free
45
to
or
do so.
something. I'll be back with some snacks.
I seem to have joined at just the absolute perfect time.
Yes.
I literally
you
joined. I joined just in
you
time
joined-
for you to say the goblin is considered dead.
Oh, you missed the prior explanation, did you?
Yes, I missed the apparently violent and gory diarrhea part.
Yes.
But I picked up on it as other people spoke about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And basically, the goblin screamed, "Oh no!" before proceeding to render itself inside out via, shall we say, violent expulsion.
Trails became his X-trails.
Yes.
Kind of wanted that thing alive, man. God damn it.
I am curious, Ginge. Is it the fact that the diarrhea potion was a human-sized dose given to a smaller monster that killed it, or is it just that potion is just like, oh no, bad idea?
Well,
I guess there's
I
only one
suppose
way to
that's
find
something
out.
that I suppose that's something that that Bruce is going to have to figure out via continued experimentation.
Yeah, I mean it is
Autopsy.
down. It is down as a yeah. Oh no, it's just, is it vicious? Vicious or viscous? Viscous. Yeah. Vicious laxative might be might be more accurate.
I think it might be worth noting that perhaps that this is a laxative potion meant to be taken like in drops, not in entire bottles.
Oh, it's
Maybe.
it depends on.
Ginge, of
it
course,
depends on what you
playing
want to
the
accomplish
cold
with it.
DM as always.
In either case, the simple fact that, well, it appears as though the application of an entire bottle of this laxative to a single goblin was sufficient to cause the goblin to be able to violently expulse its entire lower digestive tract out of its anus, combined with at least a considerable proportion of its own internal body weight. That would suggest that you have something that's quite potent here.
That's
That's some diet plan.
All
Yeah.
right, I have
Although-
returned.
There is something else that I would like you to do there, Trig.
Oh yeah.
Roll for me a medicine check
Oh no.
He's
to
You good?
examine the handiwork of your new concoction
Oh no.
and make a medical what's the term?
Diagnosis.
Conclusion.
Operation successful, patient deceased.
Absolutely.
All right, with an 18, I would say that you were able to gather the following useful pieces of information. First of all, it appears as though that the laxative effect appears to have been massively increased in potency compared to expected results.
You think?
Secondly, it appears as though the main mechanism by which this increased potency has taken effect, whether this is a direct effect or a side effect is yet unclear, but in either case it appears to be capable of dislodging the intestinal tract from internal membranes. Thirdly, and most importantly, it appears as though whatever this substance is that you have created, at the very least in sufficient concentrations, has the ability to create a directly cell-destroying and tissue-degrading effect on a living creature. you get the impression that there is perhaps some kind of necrotic energy being invoked here.
So wait, let me get this straight. He, a monk that doesn't have the poisoner's ability, got a poison that's more damaging than I could ever hope for.
Does sound that way.
Potentially. Although it is
Would you
worth
like to try
noting
some?
that the given test subject was, first of all, injected with a very large amount of paralytic poison from your giant spider form, reduced to a state of near death, and then given an exceptionally large dose whilst already having a wide variety of toxic substances swimming around inside its system. It's entirely possible that something horribly wrong and yet mostly coincidental has happened here.
So what you're saying, if we mix both poisons, we get ultra poison.
Maybe. That's what testing is for.
Greg, I think we need to feed this to the spider.
You don't have to feed it. Just deposit it into the spider, and the spider shall coat his fangs with it automatically.
I think we
You
need to feed
really
it to the
don't want
spider.
that stuff in your mouth.
Look,
Oh,
what I'm saying
no.
is-
If
fine.
he's asking for it, just give him some.
Mm.
I agree with the sentiment.
Yes.
I'm
Just
just gonna sleep somewhere else for the night if that's the case.
I suppose,
I
the real
don't
question
eat
is,
the
which thing
poison.
smells worse?
Screw you all, Jesus, man.
You see, they take it and they eat the poo poo.
They eat the poo poo.
It's fine. I understand at least. You don't eat the poison, it's just in your mouth and you move your mouth and masticate with it.
On my
Don't describe.
mechanical robotic fangs. Yes.
Robotic. Your mama robotic.
How do you think your core first fit into me in the first place?
Oh,
How
well,
can
I
we know that?
said
I think
that's
there
wrong.
is video evidence of that.
We
I
experienced
said
that.
wrong.
We all witnessed that
I
first
turned my hand.
suddenly.
I curled my hand into a fist, you see, for
Hmm. Joy.
Does this answer your question?
Oh no.
Am I gonna have to Photoshop Trig like pouring it into like a fuel receptacle in the top of your head? On this?
why is there a fucking
Because
The
he was
goblin
saved
riding
by.
on him because of last episode.
oh god damn it.
I feel this is not the best time to eat truffle crisps. That said,
I hate you. I have nothing to eat right now.
So, is this stuff you found or stuff you were able to brew?
I was able to brew it. I found some laxative berries that I identified with my herbalism skills, and then I met a bartender who gave me some extremely alcoholic substances to brew it and distill it up.
So you can make more, basically.
If I can find the berries and can get the alcohol, essentially, I would have think so. Yes.
How effective do you reckon it might be if we put it in like glass containers and threw them at people?
Not thought. Getting on the skin, you got to get it. You got to get a laxative into someone's, digestive tract.
Okay.
I find it kind of ironic that you've made such beautiful what is it, Lovecraftian creatures for different campaigns, Ginger. Yet somehow this is the most violent death.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Well, to be fair, this was entirely player choice, not
Yes.
Mm. Like, I once described as a creature of simultaneous necromantic and yet combined living nature. This entity literally ate the head of a living player character. Like crunch, crunch,
Oh,
scream,
wow.
scream.
Good
I
job.
described it in full
Nom nom.
detail, and yet I still consider this to be a worse death, a worse fate. Simply because being forced to, in full and open view of those who had previously butchered your entire friends and family, proceeded to shit yourself to death. The shame aspect of it is just, it's just beyond reason.
Usually you get a choice between death or dishonor. This is just death and dishonor.
Yes, absolutely. Just to be clear, by the way, Grace, it might be worth thinking about how your character has might be worth thinking about how Grace is taking the whole just watched a goblin perched atop a cliff expel its own innards to death as a form of horrific execution.
Well, she doesn't know what happened to the goblin to make it so, right?
Well, I think she'd have to roll intelligence to figure something out.
Oh yeah.
Oh, my day just got a lot worse.
Why, thank you.
No, I wasn't listening. It was just me coming back in.
Is
'Cause
that
I'm
not the way
guessing-
that goblins normally do that type of thing?
Are you guys still on break?
Yes.
Sort of.
And we're coming
Yeah.
to the end of it now.
Okay.
If you want to
Yeah.
ask something, go ahead.
Not really. Just very grumpy now because the fucking repair bill for my car came in.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Understandable.
Yeah, no, I thought it was bad enough when I was told just to diagnose the problem that my car developed on Saturday would be $160. Good thing is I don't have to pay that. Instead, I have to pay $500 of labor plus $555 of parts plus tax.
Did they
Ooh.
plug a machine into your car and the machine said error code 4 and then they looked in the
No.
manual?
My engine developed a pretty bad misfire on Saturday while I was driving home from the train station. Like one of the cylinders was bad according to my car's computer because I have my own little computer reader.
Mm.
And took it to the dealership. They weren't able to diagnose until today, and my car won't be ready till tomorrow afternoon because they have to because they need the ignition coils. It turns out all my ignition coils are bad.
Of course.
Oh.
Oof.
Of
Yeah.
course they're bad because they're not from them.
No, they are from them. Like the
Oh.
car is. I took it to my car dealership. Oh god, I just feel kind of like it. Just
Is it what brand is it?
it's a Nissan.
You know what, dude? I had a similar problem with mine. Now I've got a Ford Focus, and it was
Mhm.
having a misfire. And I bought the little computer reader off Amazon, 15 quid, and it told me that cylinder 3 was misfiring. I knew it was the coil pack. I had to
Yeah.
go and get it replaced. I went in and took it in and went, this is the problem. This is exactly the problem, etc., etc. They basically turned around to me and go, oh, well, we're going to have to diagnose it ourselves. And I had exactly the same type of bullshit.
Yeah, well, I don't have to pay the diagnostic fee because they're just gonna fuck me up the ass with parts and labor anyway.
Yeah.
You know,
It's-
it gets to a point. I've been there myself. It gets to a point where it's cheaper to just buy a set of fucking tools and learn to do it yourself.
Yeah. Well, the problem is I drive a compact Nissan.
Oh.
The hand spaces in there are not meant for big old meat like bear paws like I got. They're meant
Yeah.
for tiny little Japanese hands to get up in there. To replace the spark plugs on my car, you have to fucking pull off the fuel manifold because it wraps over the top of the engine.
Oh Christ!
Like,
the beauty with
it's a 2012
Volkswagen is that
Versa,
if
it's
you
a
have a
small
check
car.
engine light, you can just ignore it.
Yeah, but when your engine is misfiring all over the place, it's kind of hard to ignore.
It's really fucking bad for an engine to be running whilst misfiring as well.
Yeah, but I start my new job next week, but I don't get my first paycheck until the end of the year. I start my new job next week. I will start, once the money starts rolling in, I'll perform a little bit more maintenance on my car, and that thing should easily last me another 60,000 miles to 200,000, and then I will get a new car.
Is it a Micra?
No, it's a Nissan Versa. 2012 Nissan Versa. Nice,
Just let me
fuel
know when
efficient.
we should get back to the D&D, guys.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to derail you guys. Not the hatchback. It's the regular
No,
sedan.
everyone was listening.
Huh.
You're
Yeah.
fine, Jack.
That looks
That wasn't
Pretty-
sarcasm. Just let me
pretty
know.
that looks like a pretty depressing car. But
I got it for its efficiency, and I prefer to drive smaller cars, so I don't drive aggressively.
yeah, understandable.
But I intend to get like a full size, like a nice, decent sized car next time. Like my buddy Cody's been saying, I should look to try and get myself like a low end Mercedes Benz, like the car of a young professional. Not like those high end cars, but a lower end car to show, hey, I've got it to kind of show off, like, hey, I've got some decent income.
I got this one.
Nice.
And with these wheels.
But yeah, so like I said, my day's kind of gotten a considerable damper, but you know, you guys continue having fun, and then I'll have a laugh, and you'll probably help me feel better.
Fantastic. Let's go.
Well,
I have updated Spider image now, so the test now has to happen.
it really just keeps getting worse and worse, doesn't it?
I know.
At this point, I just want to say, official DM announcement. I feel sorry for you, Chase.
I'm sure he feels a lot better.
Carrying
Don't
on.
feel sorry for him. He deserves it.
No. I feel sorry for Chase, not for CD. Anyway, Garrow
Like I
and
said
Gunnar.
earlier, Chase, there's always an option between death and dishonor.
Garrow and Gunnar, the pair of you were wanting to have a conversation regarding the now the once automaton, now turned pile of scrap metal in the nearby the entrance to the valley.
Yes.
By the way,
Oh,
given the utter desecration caused by Groose up in the top left corner, I think this can no longer be considered a verdant valley.
Oh God.
I don't know. It's just been sufficiently,
Fertilized.
yeah.
Well, look, at least it's on the bottom end of the valley.
Maybe Grace
you know,
can
where
perform a
Chase is standing.
concentration.
Anyway, what are the chances of us salvaging scrap metal from this thing?
Yeah.
Wow.
So you find Garrow just looking over it as you approach it, and as you get close, he turns to you and says, "It fought well in battle. It did. Doesn't look too healthy though, does it now?"
No, I highly doubt I can get this moving again.
Oh, not at all. Perhaps maybe in a smaller, maybe simpler form.
I suppose I'd have to check what's actually intact in this thing. Perhaps it was merely not too much that's broken.
Well,
What would I roll
perhaps
for that?
I might be able to assist you in any reconstruction efforts. I've had a little bit of experience at the forge in my time. I know my way around a hammer.
Okay, I'd appreciate that.
Of course,
So,
any arcane aspects, I can always lend you my wisdom and knowledge.
certainly. However, this in particular is a bit too specialized, perhaps, for the average wizard's understanding.
But of course, let us see what state it's in. I am happy to help you, at the very least, carry it out of here to a better workshop, shall we say?
Yes, I would like to at least take as much of it as with me as possible.
So, I suppose we're going to examine it, and what do we see of it, Ginger?
Well, it depends on how exactly you go about the examining process. I would say give me a roll of your choice between either yourself, Garo, or Gunnar. In either case, feel free to do so with advantage, assuming such advantage can be applied.
I would like to use perception for this. What about you?
Yes, I think perception would be acceptable.
Okay, I've got a +3 in perception. So
I have a
unless you've got
+4.
better,
So,
that's your roll then.
yeah.
All right, so Gunnar, roll perception with advantage.
Yay.
And achieving a 23, you are able to effectively spot out some of the more easily salvageable and reusable segments. For the most part, it consists of various strips of metal that you could imagine being welded back together, as well as the occasional rivet that can be pulled out and reshaped under a fire and things along those lines. But ultimately, you would say that unless you're planning to do a complete meltdown and reforging of it from the perspective of working in an official workshop, you're going to guess that the chances of you being able to get something that could be considered mobile is very unlikely.
Ugh.
What would we feel our chances are of maybe with some flash welding, just get it to a basic walking state and nothing else?
Yes, because, well, all I'd need is 4 limbs, I suppose, and then just stick it to the core.
Well, the core itself, by the way, when you approach let's be honest, it's a scrap pile. You notice that the core is still emitting both heat and light from within the scrap pile, and upon clearing away some of the bits of the pile that are layered over the core, you find that itself, under its own power, seems to be able to roll out of the scrap pile and just simply, under its own power, move out and away from the resulting wreckage, apparently able to operate as just simply a mobile sphere, it seems. Something that you've yet to actually witness before in its something which you've actually yet to witness before in its in this form. You've never seen it being able to be mobile without being attached to a body before.
Sorry,
This
could
is
you
new
repeat that?
behavior.
Could you repeat that, Ginger?
Yeah, effectively what happens is Gunnar walks over to the scrap pile that was once his automaton, and upon clearing away some of the material in order to expose the core, finds that the core voluntarily, of its own volition, just simply rolls away from the scrap pile upon being given the ability to do so, and is apparently quite capable of autonomous movement, even in its bare state.
Well, that is most fascinating. I suppose we won't have to carry the orb back, at least. Assuming it even follows us, or Does it seem aware of its surroundings, or is it just sort of rolling around randomly?
Well, from what you've been able to observe, assuming you haven't tried to restrict its movement, it seems to be just staying within roughly 10 feet of you, but otherwise just kind of rolling about and doing its own thing. It seems to be more active than what you remember it to be. Almost like a, I don't know, if you had to describe its behavior, it's almost puppy-like in its curiosity of the surrounding environment.
Might I make an arcana on this?
Do feel free to do so. What are you specifically trying to look into regarding this arcana check?
I have never seen an orb like this. It's clearly magical, and I'm trying to discern what I am observing.
You honestly have no idea. You've never seen anything quite like this before.
I'm going to try and poke it with my finger.
Okay. As you go over to it, it doesn't seem to give much in the way of a reaction to you approaching. And as you poke it, you note two things. First of all, it rolls away to a degree, but stops short of where you would have expected it to get to, given its weight and the amount of force that you poked it with. And also, it felt, for the split second that your finger was in contact with it, very warm. Almost like you were poking a red-hot radiator.
How
Not enough to inflict burning on you, but, you know.
how does it
warm.
respond to chin scratches?
Well, it doesn't have
Try
a
and find the chin.
to start with.
If you can find a chin on this orb, I would be very impressed with you.
Also, who's turning Dead Goblin into a very gory Christmas tree?
That's not me, but well, since Chase just left, probably not Chase.
Brutal.
By the way, once this whole issue with this with the orb sorts itself out, there is something else that I'd like to cover with you, Gunnar. But yes, as I said earlier, as you poke the orb, it seems as though it is able to actively resist the momentum that you impart into it with the poke, and rolls back in your direction as such, returning to its original location.
I turn to Gunnar and say, it seems to be rather fond of you, doesn't it?
Fortunately, it has an attachment to me, seeing as I did create it.
What about the rest of these components? Are any of those important?
They're replaceable, at the very least. It's the core that matters most of all, which is thankfully intact and healthy, hopefully. Though
Less for
I
me to
wouldn't
carry
really
then,
know.
I suppose.
I wouldn't really know what a healthy orb like this would even look like.
I mean, there are chunks and plates of metal there, yes?
Yes, there
It's
are.
effectively scrap metal, but yes.
It's surprisingly good quality scrap metal with no visible signs of rust, but it is scrap metal nonetheless.
I would still like to take as much as possible, just to melt down so I'd have to buy it later.
Yeah. I think we can all help.
I can
plates and
I
stuff.
can help you cut it in smaller pieces.
And cut it into smaller pieces. Big, just sort of carry. If there's a big plate, you wear it on your chest or hang it around your neck, strap another bit around your leg, and so on.
Well, I would rather not look like a homeless, hedge knight kind of deal, but a simple knapsack might suffice.
I don't know. I just got images of Iron Man shooting through my head at the moment. You've got the Jarvis orb in your pocket, and you strap the metal around you, and suddenly, who knows?
Yeah, what happens
How
if you
much
stick a
would you
thing in your
say the
chest?
scrap metal weighs?
In my
Ginger?
chest? Well, I would imagine it's uncomfortable, but it requires metal to be channeled rather than, flesh. Doesn't really care about flesh. Yeah.
Well, if at any point anybody wants to try something, do let me know and I will describe how it works. Feel free to get creative with this. Don't think of this as a video game. Think of this as more of a simulation. Think of this as an opportunity to experiment with bits and pieces and such.
Ginger, how much would you say the scrap metal weighs?
You would guess that in terms of the total weight of every last bit and piece that you see here, let's say it's somewhere within the realm of about 300 pounds.
Quite a bit.
That's yeah.
It's a rather large
Okay.
robot.
I have an idea. I want to take 2 pieces of metal that are at least somewhat rectangular in shape, and I want to stick it onto the orb as if it were in a position as if it were legs, and then I want to tell it to try and walk.
Well, as you attach the 4 pieces of metal to the orb, you see that as you place the piece of metal to the orb, almost like pressing a wire of solder into a soldering iron, you see as the metal begins to deform and partially melt as it touches the orb, effectively fusing with it. But when you tell the orb to walk, all you effectively see is the 4 entirely static legs just simply begin rocking from side to side, not being able to make any kind of net motion in any given direction.
It's kind of cute, though.
Interesting.
Goose is going to sit by and watch on in fascination, and as this is all happening, he's going to reach for his flask and absentmindedly take a swig from it, and
Okay.
and then have a think about what he's done. What's
Goose,
he done, Ginge?
I would like you to roll for me a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving throw.
The effects of drinking out of this flask are varied and come within different stages. However, the first thing that you note upon this material touching your lips is the distinct taste of what is best described as medicinal flavor. Imagine the taste of somebody having taken 4 or 5 pills of paracetamol, ground them into a powder, and then sprinkled that into a small glass of water and asked you to drink it. That's roughly the flavor that has just swelled over Groose's mouth. The second thing that you notice is as you rapidly stop yourself from drinking anymore, as the fluid begins to fall down your gullet and enter your stomach, you distinctly note, was that wriggling? And then, over the next 30 seconds or so, as you begin to ponder all of these initial 2 curious effects, you suddenly find everything becoming a bit fuzzy. Like, your ability to think straight becomes fuzzy. Like, you could come up with ideas, but I don't know. I suppose the best way to describe it would be you're no longer able to determine what is or isn't a good idea.
Okay.
Does anyone notice like this?
I would say you would probably notice Bruce take a swig out of his flask, and then probably give a surprised look at said flask, though I would imagine it would be up to Trig to determine what exactly Bruce does in response to this.
After some of it, I would immediately spit out what I can and go, oh, and react badly, and sort of step back, look at the flask, and go, oh no, and look over to the rest of the party. If Garrow sees me, anyone that sees me, I would lock eyes with them and just sort of mouth, oh no, as I sort of stumble back from the effects of it, and then probably sit down with a thump.
Has Grease just done what I think he's done?
Yes, Bruce has just drank a small portion of the water elemental creature that had previously been drained into his dimensional flask.
As I'm sat there, I'm
I'll-
just going to
I'll
go,
walk over to
oh,
him.
oops.
Walk over to him and ask him like if he's feeling all right.
No. Kind of feeling a bit odd, mate.
You did
The best way to
drink that.
the best way to describe the way you're feeling right now, Trig, is that you feel as though there's something wrong, but you have no idea what it could possibly be. You couldn't even begin to think of what could actually be the problem.
Okay.
So I guess Garros, like incredulously, you didn't just drink that water creature, did you?
Yeah, I guess I did. I might be in trouble.
Garrow looks at you a moment and says, well, you don't look too bad at the moment. I suggest maybe you try to walk it off, and we'll see if you get any worse.
Now, before we go any further, I'm just going
take that
to
as a suggestion.
I'm just going to go ahead and type to Trig the precise effects of what Gruce is currently under.
Mm-hmm.
I have half an expectation he's going to follow what I said literally now. Which is why I try not to do something that was too crazy as a turn of phrase.
All I can say is, if you want him to start doing something funny, now is the time to do it.
I am aware of that, but I'm also having a bit of a blank on good turn of phrases that I could use that would make sense. So we'll see if he does actually try to walk it off or not.
You know what? I think walking it off is a fucking great idea. Let's walk it off. I'm going to walk it off. Okay. And I'm going to start walking.
In which direction exactly?
Well, no one's told me that. I'm just going to the direction I'm facing and start walking.
Are you just going to walk into that bush and just keep trying to walk against it?
I'm not going to walk into the bush. I'm obviously going to walk around anything that's in my way. But I'm just walking. I'm walking here.
You hear as
all
you
contained.
hear as Grigori calls over and asks if you need any help.
I definitely need help. Yes, help's a great idea, and I'll stop. Can someone give me some help?
You know what?
Well-
I'm going to go over to him and try and give him the Heimlich maneuver.
All
Not
right.
joking.
I would say make an athletics check and a medicine check.
Who, me or
Yes. Garrow has seen the
Garrow.
Heimlich maneuver and has never done it himself.
Hmm.
So,
So
that's the medicine. And did you say athletics?
yes.
Oh,
The
God.
athletics check is mostly just a grapple check. So tell me, Bruce, do you resist him attempting to grab you and begin performing the Heimlich maneuver on you?
Well, I'm just, yeah. Not particularly. I'm just, he's grabbing me, so I'm just, oh, hello.
No,
Does he
don't
know?
worry.
Well-
I'm just giving you help. I've seen several people do this before. I'm sure I know how to do it right just from watching.
Okay.
Nothing to worry about.
I
And
trust
yes,
you.
Theo, go ahead and do an insight check. But please do continue as Garrow attempts to Heimlich his friend.
Oh,
Sure.
no,
Keep
I
in
can
mind,
roll for
Garrow
you.
doesn't really know what a Heimlich maneuver is beyond
Yes.
having seen it being done in the past.
I
He's
get the
basically
feeling
just
picking me up
lifting
by my
Bruce
waist.
up and shaking him by the waist quite vigorously. Oh,
Right.
you could almost imagine Garrow shouting out "Demon be gone" in some like preacher's voice, but he's not actually saying anything beyond a "Why won't you get better? This is how it's supposed to work, damn."
And I'm gonna be sort of essentially.
Mm, when I had it,
Successful
did I
am
just
I?
eventually wear off when I had it?
Yeah. When the effect was afflicting you, Gunnar, you remember that you definitely felt odd for a little while, maybe 5 minutes or so, but it soon wore off.
Okay, well then I'll just go back to observe it. I'll just go back to pondering the orb.
Damn.
You're not going to say anything.
Oh well, I'll just say it'll wear off eventually.
I mean,
that's it.
I wonder if Bruce needs to roll Constitution saving throw for being tossed around like he's on a roller coaster.
I mean, probably gonna try and kill
knows
me
it.
if I'm. Yeah.
You know, it could even be an effective Heimlich if it causes him to vomit from motion sickness.
May I interject really quick?
A voice from the
Heimlich-
heavens has spoken.
Heimlich is only for like solids. You
Yeah.
need to induce vomiting.
We know.
Oh, okay. I just
That's
wanted to
what-
make sure.
That's why I said I'm not joking.
Garrow doesn't know.
Garrow's an idiot.
If this isn't working, Garrow's going to flip Bruce upside down and then continue trying to get him to
Wait! Whoa!
get rid of this stuff.
Okay, at this point, I will say Constitution saving throw from Bruce.
Okay.
You definitely feel as though something's being brought on, but whether it's violent vomiting or just sheer dizziness, you're not entirely sure.
You can hear Garrow saying, "Just let it out. You know, you'll feel better after you've done. You get out of your system."
Is Theo saying something? Theo's saying something in
Uh,
chat.
Theo saying, "Hey, Bruce, perhaps you need to go to a bush and try puking out what you just drank."
if I can get down, that is exactly what I'm going to go and do. It. That sounds like a fantastic idea. In fact, I don't need any help. Garrett, dude, get off me. I just need to throw open the bush over there. I'll be fine. I just need to throw open the bush over there.
I don't know. That sounds like
I'm-
something to
I
Well,
don't think
Garrow,
Garrow's
do
really
you-
convinced.
Do you let him go, Garrow?
Garrow's
Does
not
he
too
perhaps-
convinced. I'm gonna roll a D2 to decide if he is.
Perhaps a persuasion check from Grease may be a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
That would probably be better.
A persuasion check. I'm good. I just need to
that's
throw up,
probably
man.
persuasive
Yeah.
enough.
Okay, I'll be fine. It's good. I just need to go and throw up over there. Get off, dude. Get off me.
Arrow flips him around almost weightlessly and just sets him down
Oh.
incredibly, like the gentlest of being put down you've ever had. Like, and then he slaps you on the back as you face the bush, and says, go right for it. Have at ye.
All right. Grease, as you run over to the bush and attempt to induce self-vomiting. I would say, given the encouragement from your friend, I'm not going to ask you to roll. You can just go ahead and just force yourself to vomit at this point. It's not too much of an issue.
Oh, Theo, you bastard. Right, I'm going to stand in the bush, try and throw up, and whilst doing that, I'm going to be standing on my right foot. I'm going to be patting myself on my head with my left arm, and rubbing my belly in a circular motion with my right arm. Should I roll an athletics check to see if I can actually perform such a highly dexterous... I mean, that's dexterity, really, isn't
No,
it?
this is a textbook acrobatics, I would say.
Acrobatics? Done.
Mhm.
Oh, for God's
Not
sakes.
done.
Evidently not.
No, I will desperately try, but no, not in this particular state. I'm failing on that, and getting quite
I would-
perturbed with the fact that I can't
say
perform this
the-
patting action. I'm going to start
I would say the
concentrating
very,
significantly on that.
The very act of attempting to perform this action further induces the vomit, at which point you suddenly find as you begin to do a very short-lived projectile vomiting action into the nearby bush, you can't help but notice that as the vomit hits the ground, it begins to move slightly before gradually coming to a resting point, and then almost like suddenly losing its an almost gelatinous quality to it, and just suddenly reverting into a puddle.
I'm going to stamp
as
on the
the-
puddle several times.
As the minuscule water elemental succumbs to acid damage. And with that, Bruce, you suddenly find your head clearing up and realizing that you only have the vaguest memory of the last several minutes worth of events. I'd say what would you say would be an appropriate role for Bruce to just as a reflexive action go to take a relaxing swig from his flask?
I would say that might be some sort of insight.
I'm only joking.
If he does, may I roll the appropriate roll to try and grab his wrist?
Sure. I'd say if you want to stop him from taking another swig out of his flask, you don't need to roll for it. You can't. You just can.
As he begins to raise the flask back to his mouth, I just put my hand on top of it and just gently lower it and shake my head. Like, you don't want to do it again, trust me.
Oh, okay. That was what just happened there? What was okay? That was weird.
Now you
would
know how I
say
felt
you
during the fight.
probably became the highest you ever were in your life momentarily.
I don't know about high. That was weird, but this okay. That was
Currently,
Oof.
Trip,
Perhaps I
Bruce's memory of the last several minutes of events is best described as a dream-like event, with with Bruce having the unshakable feeling that the more he tries to grasp onto the memories of what just happened to him, the more it seems to slip through his fingers, with the events with you only being able to recollect vague aspects of what has happened.
Gamo
Oh.
suggests to Bruce, perhaps I'd best hold on to your flask till we can find you some real alcohol. Just to avoid any more accidents.
Perhaps that's a good idea. Yeah, I will pass the flask. This is my flask, though, man. But
Oh, of course, I wouldn't dream of taking it from you.
whatever's in there is that's not water or whatever that is. Wow. Okay. We need to find someone that knows more about these types of things. You're a
I think
wizard.
so.
Do you understand these types of things?
I have seen many things in my travels, of course, but this one, I'm not too sure. I'll have to have a think about it.
Hmm.
I'm happy to roll whatever Ginger thinks is an appropriate roll on this.
Can insight
Um,
check with the...
I would say probably the closest thing here would be a medicine check. You don't have particular
Okay.
skill in anything specific for this, so.
Okay, I'll give
but,
medicine a go.
Bruce, as you, that's unfortunate. As you come to terms with what just happened, and you smack your lips in instinctual need to wet your whistle, you suddenly realize, oh wait, what I'm tasting in my mouth right now is awfully reminiscent of that awful stench that Grace poured into the pool and got dried out by Seedy earlier.
Indeed. Grace, are you
Yes,
there? That tankard of stuff you just collected. Can I smell that quickly?
I wouldn't want you to become any more corrupted than you already have. The darkness in here I must contain. When we get it to a church and have it cleansed, maybe.
Okay. Just want to smell it. I was just making sure that it's the same. I mean, the taste, that medicine-y, rank taste.
We've seen you drink your fair share of horrible things today.
I'm not gonna drink the goo you pulled out of the lake. I'm just gonna, yeah, okay. I'm gonna wander over to the lake and take and just to smell it, just to make sure that I am smelling what I think and tasting what I think I am, which I'm assuming I am.
From what remains within this pool and what little amounts are left behind after Grace's thorough cleansing of the area, it seems to be a match. Your nose is telling you that what is in your mouth and what is in that hole are at the very least closely related.
Was there anything in that cave that hinted towards what might have been in that cauldron, other than the cauldron? Any books, any spells, anything like that?
There were a number of books, but they didn't seem to be in a good state of repair. You know what goblins are like, they probably ate them.
we're going to need to find someone to help us investigate what's in here. Because that water was alive when I threw it up. That was moving for a second. I'm going to look at the flask in Garrow's hand in a concerned manner.
Darrow likewise follows your gaze before clipping it to his belt and saying, "Let's not worry about it for now. I think the most important thing for you is we get you some proper alcohol to drink, because you're not looking in the best of health, my friend."
That's a really good idea. I mean, I've got this stuff that I got off that goblin, but I think this might actually be worse than what's in my flask. I'm gonna open the top.
I'm sure we can find better than that.
I really hope so.
I don't know about your friend Scrack, but after a battle we've had, I mean, we all deserve a drink.
Yeah.
Oh, certainly.
Scrack doesn't like it.
By the way, going back to the issues with Gunnar and his orb. Gunnar.
Yes.
After having attached the various straight and solid pieces of metal to the orb and seeing as the resulting effect is for the orb to be able to kind of tink, tink, tink from left to right without any net movement, what's the next thing that you do with the orb? And also, what is your course of action regarding the various bits of metal that you see on the ground? Theo has, well, I say Theo, Grigori has offered to use the magic knife to begin cutting up bits of scrap metal in order to make them more transportable.
Well, yes. I guess mostly the most important bits would be to gather up any components, gears, any sort of any moving parts, firstly, would take priority. And then just gather up whatever armor scrap that I think we can all carry together.
All right. So, gearing mechanisms and armor plating. That's what you're going to prioritize then.
Well, there's not much else it's made of.
Well, I'd say there's internal gearings, there's armor plating, and then there's structural components.
Well, yes. I suppose gears and structural components would maybe be priority. The armor, we can get that later.
Alright then, so leaving the armor plating behind does cut out the vast majority of the overall
Well, I don't
structure.
want to leave it behind, but you know, if there's anything we need to leave behind, it would be more of the armor.
We could
Fair
probably
enough,
ask the
fair
kobolds to come and scavenge the rest of it for you.
Yes, they do seem pretty good at carrying things around, don't they?
Well, kind of, or just shove it onto one of them. It's not good.
Not capable of it. It's fine. I mean, we have plenty of bags. We can give it to the other kobolds as well.
All we really need to do is fashion some sort of sled for them to pull and just put it on top of that.
Yeah. Something like a sled would be most efficient for carrying any loot we have.
Yeah,
We've got
it's a
trees
shame
round
that
here,
you
we
don't
could
have
probably do
some
that.
large semi-sentient creature to be able to pull said sled. Perhaps something which is untiring and artificial in nature.
I thought Kay survived the
course.
fight.
Yeah, exactly. We can just get CD to transform into a horse, and then we're good.
Sounds about right, doesn't it?
Honestly, yeah, that would work.
I mean, if he's a robot horse, he doesn't tire, does he?
No, he doesn't.
Perfect then. I think it's settled.
Just try not to let the orb get in contact with the main body.
Again.
Yeah.
I was thinking actually of just letting the orb sort of roll around, do its thing. I was thinking of
Well,
maybe picking it up and
if
like
you
tossing it once.
okay, well, as you pick up the orb and toss it, you see it sails through the air in much the same way you would expect a shot put to, and upon landing, impacts the ground with a bit of a bounce and a roll, but otherwise seems to be mostly unaffected. It rolls back over to you and just continues making. When it seems to have a given priority, and that being to stay within a certain distance of you.
Okay,
And
well,
it seems to have the necessary awareness to be able to approach you when you make the intent to approach it. But otherwise just kind of drifts around and does its own thing.
well, then I pet the orb, and then I'll just leave it.
Marsh, have you considered placing the orb on top of the scrap pile and just ordering it to reassemble?
Hmm.
Could push all of the
Well-
metal into a big pile and sit the orb on top of it.
Well, thing is, though, it was in the orb. It was in the pile when it came out. Hmm.
I mean, we've
Well-
definitely seen it's able to fashion the metal you put near it.
Hmm. Okay, I think I will do that. Just to check. Just grab the orb, put it in the pile, and tell it to put itself back together again.
All right. Well, you take the scrap pile and you take the orb and you place it in kind of divots that you make within the scrap pile so that it's gingerly resting on top, and you command it to reassemble itself. Is that correct? Have I described that correctly?
Yes, into the form it was in previously, I suppose would be.
Okay. Well, what happens is quite interesting. You see as the orb suddenly begins to sink into the scrap pile by maybe just a couple of inches, and then nothing. You see that it definitely seems to have melted and melded and warped the metal that the orb was in direct contact with, but aside from that, after kind of sinking into the scrap pile, it just proceeds to remain in place.
I see. Well, I suppose we couldn't have expected too much from it.
I suppose not, but science.
Indeed, indeed. Perhaps in time it will learn to do such things. But for now.
After a moment
Absolutely.
of talking over the now somewhat fused scrap pile, you see as it begins to judder and move slightly. And suddenly, about maybe 60% of the scrap pile just suddenly flips over 180 degrees.
Okay, so the scrap pile is now upside down.
Yes. But what of the scrap pile moved appears to have kind of turned from a scrap pile into a kind of fused scrap pile.
It's like a
If you
pancake.
imagine, if you imagine the result of having a spherical magnet, having dropped it into a pile of steel nails, and then just kind of taken that and just flipped it over, the resulting kind of like semi-solid like attachment of bits together held in place, that is what it looks like.
Okay, what if I try to help it to like an upright position? So like one of the edges was like standing, quote unquote.
As you pick it up and you lift it up onto its edge, you notice that it kind of looks vaguely similar to a kind of like a hemispherical chunk of random bits of scrap, which is roughly like half of a sphere with the orb located at its center. And as you lift it up onto this edge, you notice that the orb does seem to have a degree of balance and is able to remain in said state. It then flops back over onto its side, and you can see that the orb is then pointing directly upwards.
The what is pointing directly upwards?
The orb, sitting within what looks like a bird's nest of scrap metal. The orb is just simply sitting in the center, exposed to the sky.
Okay. Can it move on its own at all, or does it just move by flopping about?
Currently, it seems to just be perfectly static. You get the impression that maybe it's waiting for a command of some kind.
I will tell it to move to this tree that Garrow's next to.
What you see next is both shocking and surprising. You see, as I described earlier, bird's nest looking collection of various bits of scrap metal begins to rock in a circular motion, making ever larger and larger concentric circles until it almost rights itself like a wheel, before rolling over and impacting the tree, and then just returning back to its previous state. It was able to successfully move,
It
which
did
was
it quite
quite
well.
impressive.
Oh yes, far more than any of my expectations so far.
Took a while, though. The entire maneuver, getting about 5 feet, maybe took like 30 seconds. Entirely useless in combat.
Oh, I don't know. I think the ramming speed of a chunk of scrap metal might be useful.
So it's mobile now as a 300-pound lump of scrap metal.
No. It's currently about like maybe 160, 170. I would say a little more than half of it is currently attached to the orb, with the remainder still just being in scattered bits of scrap of back where the initial pile was made.
Garrow will
Most
pop
of
it on
the material
on
that's
top of
been
it.
left, by the way, is the armor plating, with the majority of the current orb's quote unquote bird nest forming a being made of the smaller materials. In fact, a relatively good way to describe this is if you've ever seen footage of that Japanese game Katamari.
Okay.
Well, when it comes over to the bush, Garrow will pat it on, I suppose, whatever looks most like its head, and basically tell it, "Good puppy."
Yeah, there we go. Kind of looks like this.
Yeah.
Why is that in Spanish?
That is French.
That's in French. Oh Christ, even worse.
You mean Elven?
Yes. So yes,
Must have come from the
this
great
is what you
Elven
have
libraries.
managed to. This is what you have managed to achieve so far with your automaton.
Did you
Mhm.
say that all the outer armor is lying on the floor?
Yes, all of the armor platings, which was the largest parts of the original automaton, seem to have been left behind, with the orb having preferred the smaller pieces.
Could we perhaps fashion a suit of plate armor from the pieces left behind?
With a lot of work in a workshop, yes, but the armor pieces were originally intended to be bolted onto the existing structural frame of the original automaton. In this new form, it's not really compatible, really.
Well, I think he meant to make a suit of armor for a human.
I did actually.
Even then, you would still require a
Yes, you'd have to
workshop to be
basically
able
just
to.
melt it all down and completely reforge it from
Well-
scratch, basically.
Yeah, like
Well, Marsh,
in order to
your
take, for
robot.
example, in order to take, for example, one of the larger breastplates that you see in the actual fan art, in the actual Raj's art piece for the automaton, you'll see that each of the breastplates is a large sheet of metal, but it doesn't have any it doesn't have any like rivet holes in it or anything. You would actually need to take it into a workshop, reshape it to be appropriately shaped, punch rivet holes through it in order to be able to work it into the correct shapes and thickness and such.
Well, Marsh, as I say, it's your robot, it's your material. It's really up to you as the artificer, I suppose, if you're keen on that.
For now, we'll take everything we can back to town, find a workshop, and then we'll see what kind of materials we can buy.
Fair enough.
Until then, we'll see what we can do. I think the auto still with the attached flamethrower might still be an interesting proposition.
Well, yeah, that's a great idea.
Maybe not with Trig's laxatives as the fuel.
No, definitely not. Definitely no. A nice vodka on tap would be handy though.
Fair. Right. Well, do we have anything left we need to do in this valley?
I don't
I think
believe
we've-
so.
Has everybody taken their divvy of the coins, and have we collected up the swords and other nonsense? And
Well,
What is everyone's divvy?
it was basically 59 gold, 75 copper, and 60 silver. There's 6 of us, so 10 each basically. 10 gold each, 10 silver each, and some change.
All right.
well, before you end up getting going from the valley, Chase comes over to you, Gunnar, and in a hushed manner,
Chase
in an
does things
attempt
in a
to
hushed manner?
hide the conversation. He is this time. He comes over to you, Gunnar, and asks if you wouldn't mind joining him inside the cave. There's something he wants to show you.
Oh no.
God, no. The shipping
Sure.
will commence.
No, how dare you? I will follow him into the cave, certainly. I can always. I didn't get a good look at the cave, so I might as well go in there myself.
Well, as you follow him into the cave, he double checks, looks outside the cave, makes sure there's nobody eavesdropping, and then points at where the cauldron was previously hanging, and specifically points at a large orangey reddish looking crystal in the ground and says, "Is that a firestone?"
Is it a firestone?
You don't need to roll. You're perfectly familiar enough with firestones to be able to determine that that is indeed a firestone, and it is still putting out heat.
Ah, well, then I will say yes. Yes, it is. Quite interesting that it's here. Do you want to take it with us?
He shrugs and admits that he has no idea what to do with this information, and says that he was wanting to point it out to you in the hopes that you would be able to be more helpful than him.
Oh, there's your heating element for your still.
Ah, yes. Well, I mean, certainly. I could certainly take one with us. I would.
Don't ask Bruce to juggle it.
I want to take the firestone and perhaps press it toward onto my core firestone.
Well, the very first thing that you know about Firestone is that typically, unless somebody is imparting their will upon it, they usually don't output heat. The one exception to this being when a properly made brazier is attached to it. A brazier effectively being a small wireframe device that can be attached to firestones in order to keep them operating automatically.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see that there doesn't indeed appear to be such a structure within the base of it. And you know that all you would need to do is either remove the firestone from the brazier or use some kind of trigger mechanism to deactivate it. I'd say make me a roll of your choice to determine how exactly to go about achieving this. Unless you want to try and figure it out by yourself.
Well, so it was where basically the cooking area. I suppose there would be perhaps a button somewhere next to it, or perhaps on the walls nearby it.
Um,
I'll roll a
well,
perception.
the brazier itself kind of looks like it almost looks like a wireframe crown that you'd expect to sit upon the head of a royal person, except it is upside down and has the firestone sitting in it.
Aha.
There doesn't appear to be a button, but I would say you don't need to roll to know that most of the time these kinds of devices are built in such a way that just simply tapping on the brazier or flicking it or saying some kind of command word is usually sufficient to activate or deactivate them.
Are there any buttons on the, I'll try, I suppose, flicking the brazier or.
And as you flick it, you hear a distinctive tinging noise like that of ringing a triangle, and in doing so, you see the glow of the firestone suddenly begin to die down, and you feel the amount of ambient heat being output by the crystal rapidly diminish.
So that worked then.
Seems so.
All right then. I suppose I'll grab the firestone then.
All right. I would say athletics check would be necessary. It's a rather large rock. It's about the same size as a football. Slightly larger than your sentient orb.
Fuck.
And unfortunately, it seems as though it's slightly too much for you to be able to manage easily. But with CD being more than happy to help, the pair of you together are able to shift it out of the cave. At the very least, getting it out into the open air.
Right. Okay, so right. I wanted to drag it over to my core, and I want to just try pressing it against it.
All right. As you drag the crystal over to the core, you do see that it occasionally bits get chipped off of it, and it takes a small amount of damage along the way, but in doing so becomes lighter and easier for you to transport it in smaller chunks. By the time you get it over to the core and you begin pressing the bits into the core, it's interesting. It seems as though every time you apply one of the bits of the firestone to the core, the firestone itself seems to lose its innate luster and color and glow, with what you can only assume to be the energy within it being siphoned away.
Siphoned away from the Firestone or from the core?
From the Firestone into the core, it seems.
Aha.
Each time you see the glow of the core seemingly grow brighter for a couple of seconds before returning to normal.
Mm-hmm. Well, I suppose there's no need to stick all of them inside that thing, so I just leave that as it is. And just add the Firestone bits to...
Well, the Firestone is quite heavy. Unless you break it up, you're not going to be able to carry it all. It's large and unwieldy, to say the least. And with it having been broken down, if you do decide to break it down any further than what has already been the case after dragging it over to the core, the brazier that you found with it would no longer fit that Firestone and would need to be resized. Something which you can do yourself, but would need at the very least a campfire and some forge tools to do so.
I don't think we need to bring the brazier, but I think we can take whatever. I think the idea of making a sled and then using that to drag everything we have with us, that would be the ideal.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, is there anything else that anybody else? Is there anything else that anybody else would like to do before you guys move on?
No, I think I'm good.
Nothing for me, unless Grace wants to do some sort of blessing to make sure the goblins don't rise from the dead, Grace or something.
I know one that isn't.
Or at the very least, one that you would. What a particular goblin that probably doesn't want to be risen from the dead.
I mean, Scrack's already retrieved its head. I think it's safe so long as Scrack is carrying its head around.
Oh yeah, we're definitely talking about the shaman. Speaking of, by the way, who took the shaman's staff?
I believe that was
CD
me.
was looking at it and then discarded it in the end.
Well, he gave it to me, I believe, to look at.
Speaking of, did you ever do a identification on said staff?
I did attempt to, yes, but I think you were busy with other things at the time.
Well, let's just say that you did.
Yeah.
The staff actually consists of 3 separate parts instead of being one large continuous structure. There was a mundane branch, literally just a random stick from a tree. You could discard it without any particular loss. A length of 3 feet of enchanted leather cord, which is effectively just a leather cord that is, for all intents and purposes, indestructible under normal circumstances. And the last thing is a medium-sized blood red crystal that seems to have some connection to a different plane. You weren't able to gather all of the necessary information from your identification. However, it does seem to have a degree of innate power to it. I would say from your knowledge of how magic works, the Goblin Shaman was probably using it as some kind of focus for her spellcasting.
Okay, well, I suppose I'll add that to my gubbins.
All right. Well, as the party make their way out of the valley with everything that they wanted to take properly looted, everything that they wanted to experimented with, and all of the goblins having been thoroughly exterminated, you all make your way back through the slot canyon, making your way out of the relatively still mostly green oasis-like nature of this isolated valley and into the more arid environment in which you see Scrack and his kobolds just simply waiting, with Scrack's attention being brought up to the entrance of the Slot Canyon as you all make your way out one by one, and him just simply looking over and giving you all a look that you would guess is probably one of, "Are you done yet?"
I walk over to Scrack, laughing, and slap him on his shoulder and say, "My friend Scrack, was that not indeed one of your most epic of war cries yet?"
"I would rather not speak of it." "But it was a bloody slaughter."
Oh, Scrag, speaking of bloody slaughters, you should have seen what happened to the last goblin. I mean, feel free to go back and look if you like, but let's just say
"We
kind of
will be
exploded.
taking our spoils from their scraps. If you want to go ahead, do."
Well, it seems like you've got your shaman at least.
Yes.
You see as he lifts up the shaman's head that had previously been resting on the ground and says, "This is now 2 times I have taken this one's head. The first head I threw into fire. This one I shall keep at my side."
Do you think we should keep the body as well? Maybe, sort of carry it around with us, just in case.
"Too heavy."
Come now, Scrack, it's only a goblin. It can't weigh that much.
He just simply looks at you for a moment, Grace, and says, "If you want to carry the rotting body of a goblin with the shit and the pus inside its body leaking out behind you, be my guest."
You don't think it would send a strong message to the other goblins?
He just simply gestures towards the canyon entrance and says, "Any goblins coming to visit will see our message."
Yes, they will.
"What did you do?"
I tried a potion on the last living goblin, and it kind of
"Magic
exploded
tricks."
a bit. No, not magic tricks. This is herbs and berries. It had a slightly explosive reaction in its guts, and died from it. And by all means, go in and have a look. See what you think. It was
You see as he stands up, walks over to you, Grace, and just simply thrusts the head of the decapitated shaman into your arms and says, "Hold this," and then
I shall
begins to
do
make
so.
his way into the canyon, grabbing you by the wrist, Groose, whilst saying, "Show me."
oh, right this way. We saunter off rather rapidly.
He keeps pace with you, no matter how fast you go. At the very least, attempts to. And upon you entering back into the valley and having him follow behind you, I assume you immediately direct him to the site of horror.
Yes.
Well,
Like, I have 3 of these left,
You-
and I gave one to that guy over there, and Yeah, it took an hour or so. But,
As you're saying this, you just see as the flesh from around his mouth begins to curl up, exposing his alligator-like teeth as a great, terrifying grin begins to creep across his maw. Glorious.
yeah, I thought it was quite funny too. Wasn't expecting it, to be honest. I thought it would just be, well, less, shall we say, than that. But
You have more of these.
I have a couple more. Yes, I have unfortunately not been able to make more, but I have 3 left. Now, I want to keep a couple of them, but I'd be willing to let you have one. To experiment for yourself if you wish.
You see as he thinks for a moment before saying, "Give it to the cook.
What?
You will be
What?
paid."
Give it to the. Oh, you mean literally hand it to the cook, not explode the cook? Sure.
Yes.
Yeah?
No.
I was going to say I quite like the cook. I didn't think he really deserved that sort of treatment, but yes, okay, I will. I will do.
He just simply gestures towards the exit of the valley and says, "Go. I want to see more of this." As he just simply begins stepping towards the carnage left up on the cliffside.
Right, I'll head back with a chuckling to myself.
Probably don't want to see what he's going to do with the rest of this.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Apple for the teacher there, Trig?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I would say, Trig, you don't need to roll an insight to be able to figure out that Scrack's opinion of you has probably just increased several levels.
Excellent.
Anyway, when you arrive back outside, the rest of the kobolds kind of look at you a little confused and says, and one of them pipes up with, "Where's Scrack?"
Oh, Scrack's in the cave, looking at, basically observing what's happening there, and well, I don't want to know what he's doing with the bodies. Is the cook around?
You just see she quickly pops her head out of the large pack that she usually carries on her back and says, "Ah,
How you doing? Scrack wanted me to give you this. Please, let me. I can't impress this on you firmly enough. Please do not put it in anybody's food. This reacts.
okay.
Very,
you want to tell me what this is?"
Yes. It do you know what a laxative is? Is that a term that they would understand? She would understand. It basically, if a goblin drinks this in about an hour or so afterwards, they're going to explode from their backside.
So, oh, so like when you eat a bad egg.
Yes, only a lot worse. I mean, or a lot better, depending on how you feel about the goblin.
Did you kill one of them with that?
Oh yes, very much so. Very dead. Remains.
Well, that's what Scrack's doing then.
Yeah.
Okay, that'd explain why Scrack wanted you to give me this. I'm guessing that he wants me to make more of these.
Yes.
Okay, so how do you do it?
Right, I'm going to explain to the cook how I made it, which was with a very strong alcohol and the berries that I found. Now I identified them. I can tell them what it looks. So what did they look like? They were laxative berries that I found in the woods.
They were small and had a very deep purplish red hue to them.
There we go. They're small.
I'll find you an image of what they actually look like.
Okay. I'll explain in detail how I distilled them down into the alcohol.
This is roughly what they looked like. And as you describe the berries and using the alcohol and basically a distilling process, you see as she nods along and scratches a non-existent beard underneath her chin, and then says, "Yeah, I think I can. I think I can do that. Just a quick question.
Sure.
What's alcohol?"
Right. You know how I have got the stupid juice in my flask? Right. That, but a lot stronger. What you want is extremely stupid juice. Really, really strong stupid juice. As stupid as you can get it. Basically.
Right.
I don't have any more of it, I'm afraid.
I think I've got some. Hang on. And you see as she just climbs back into her pack and begins rummaging around inside of it before taking out what looks like a small, very dark brown glassed bottle with a very comprehensive cork in the end of it, and hands it to you and says, "This stuff smells like crap. And one time, Scrock over there had some, and well, it was kind of like stupid juice, except they died. Is this the right stuff?"
Oh, okay. I'm going to take the top off it and give it a smell.
This smells an awful lot like a really shit brandy.
I'm going to take a quick, light taste of it.
It also tastes like a rather shit brandy.
I'm going to take... How much is there here?
You would guess there to be around maybe 400 mil, something like that.
Okay,
Not
yeah.
too much of it, but you know.
Yeah, if you have any more of that, I would be willing to... Yes, but this is perfect. How much of this do you have?
We got that one, and we've also got another one. I think, but they're both about half full. Found there was someone who died.
Oh,
We
yeah?
didn't kill him. Scrack says not to kill the tall people because if you kill tall people, then tall people come to kill you.
Yes.
So far, we found that to be true.
Yes.
So
Seems fair.
yeah. So just so you know, we didn't kill him, but we did find this on his body, and we did eat him. But that's irrelevant. So this is right. Did Scrack say that you'd be giving anything in exchange for the goblin book blaster?
He he didn't say anything. He just told me to give this to you.
Okay, well that doesn't sound very fair. So you can have the last of that, and we'll find some more of this super stupid juice.
Fantastic. Thank you. Done deal. Excellent. Amazing.
All right. That's it's a good thing that you do that because honestly, I don't know what else you like.
Yeah.
Nice doing business with you. I don't know how long Scrat's going to be in there for. Might be a couple of minutes, might be a couple of days. It's probably best that you don't wait for him. He might be in a bad mood by the time he gets out.
Well, we've dealt with his undead goblin priest.
Yeah.
Where do we go
yeah.
from here, people?
Well, I've got an idea for you. So, Scrack told me that there was this big wet thing that punched you and made you go silly. But it wasn't made of stupid juice; it was made of something else.
Indeed.
Yeah.
That sounds like something that might have been made out of mixing the water with like poisons or medicines and stuff. Medicines that kind of make you go loopy. So I'm thinking it might be a good idea for you lot to go and find out where all that medicine came from. Because if she, and points at the head currently held by Grace, if she was able to find her and she's going to come back to life, then chances are she'll find it again and then we'll have a bigger problem.
Good
Now,
idea.
if what Scrack says is true, then that thing is going to come back to life again at some point. Probably don't want to do that. So we should probably get ready for when that happens. Because I don't think that we really did. Well, I don't think that you really did anything that was particularly special for actually getting rid of it, properly and permanently.
No, we just killed the shaman and normal. But we did fill a flask. My old flask with the super juice. Well, that's we kind of emptied that out and filled it with the water beast thing.
Oh, is that right?
We've got it in the flask over there that my mate Garrow's got hold of at the moment.
Oh, is that you? And you see as the cook points towards you, Garrow.
Yes, he is. He's talking about me. I gesture to the flask on my belt.
Okay,
nice,
good.
Safe and sound in here.
Okay. I'd like to think of myself as somewhat of an experimenter who likes to learn new things to figure out what's good for things and what's bad for things so that we can figure out how to make new things that make our enemies go by. So, I've got a favour to ask.
Means ask away.
Can I have some of that? Point at the flask.
I look at Goose. Well, it's up to you, my friend. It is your flask and your kill.
Yes. I mean, what are you going to do with it? I would take it from me. I wouldn't drink it. I might have drunk it by accident, and it was not the experience you wanted.
So here's what I'm thinking. So that Scrack told me that one of you got punched by it and then suddenly started doing silly things. Yeah. So what I'm thinking is, whatever this stuff is, it hits you and then you start doing stupid things. But what if you can make it so that it hits your enemy and then they start doing stupid things?
That's cool. Okay.
That to me sounds like putting it in a glass bottle and then throw it at someone.
Yeah, it seems to make sense.
So, she walks over to her pack and just kind of opens up one of the side pouches and pulls out what looks like may have once contained a small vial of some kind of like medicine or just a small glass bottle, and says, put something in here.
Yep, cool.
I unclip it from my belt and hand it back to Bruce.
I will carefully fill their medicine bottle.
As
How
you
big is the
see
medicine
the,
bottle? Is it not? Is it half a pint? A pint? What? That's a pint. Medicine would be fucking massive.
I would say by the time it's been filled,
Mhm.
you can knock your total down to 23 pints.
Okay.
But it doesn't actually get filled. The fluid actually stops pouring out of the flask once it gets to about 2/3 of the way, and then the water elemental starts becoming animated within inside the bottle. At which point you see as the cook just quickly gets a cork, slams it on, and says, and holds it up and sees the thing squirming around on the inside and says, "Okay, that's weird."
That's cool.
Right then. And just throws it at one of the other kobolds. As she does, she shouts. She shouts, "Heads up!" And one of the other kobolds, let me just see here. Yep, they catch it straight in the face as the glass bottle shatters over the kobold. The water elemental suddenly, being very, very, very small thing, by the way. It's like even smaller than the tiny scrap of thing that Gara was able to eventually kill by falling on it. And basically, the water elemental. Let me just roll here. Yeah, it dies from the shattering impact of the bottle breaking on the kobold's head. And the result is the kobold that got the glass bottle thrown at it just kind of looks around and just says, "Hey, that was me." Just begins to rub the now bleeding wound. And at this point, the cook just looks to just the rest of your party and says, "Okay, now how do we make it do the silly stuff?"
Hey, stand on one leg. Jump up and down.
You see as the kobold that got the glass bottle thrown at it just stands on one leg and then starts hopping on one leg.
Are kobolds suggestible naturally, though?
Well,
maybe.
that's just maybe.
See as the cook just kind of looks on and then says, "Jump on no legs." At which point you see there's the kobold goes from hopping on one leg to just kind of like lifts both legs up in the air and then just face plants to the ground. And the cook just nods appreciatively and says, "That's pretty good." Yeah, that's pretty good. That's also kind of scary.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what to do with that. I don't think Scrack would be very happy if we started using those things on the goblins. That's not his kind of thing. He prefers to use things that cause goblins to explode into big puddles of blood.
I mean, it did, with the suggestion, make our friend attack us. So,
Well,
one goblin could then start turning other goblins into big puddles of blood, or at least so.
One goblin can't really turn another goblin into a puddle of blood, can it?
Well, no, but it can certainly make them all start fighting each other.
Maybe. But anyway, thanks for that. Honestly, I don't know where to go from here. I think me and the others are just going to wait around, see what happens to Skrick over there. Poor thing, still trying to hop with no legs. And you just see as this kobold has both legs like held up and is just kind of like butt scooting around on the ground in a completely ridiculous manner. And you just see as the cook just called, "You can stop that now. Just sit down and stay still." And you just see as the other kobold just goes, "Okay." Yes, this ridiculous little exchange comes to a close with the cook now being slightly scared of that flask, and the rest of the kobolds pissing themselves with laughter as Skrick is an unfortunate, unwilling victim of science.
Hmm. Poor Skrick.
Yes. Just to clear something up, by the way, Jack. These are not peasants. These are D&D kobolds, which are little lizard people who, generally speaking, exist for the sole purpose of basically just serving other people. Usually, whoever is the biggest person to tell them to do something.
Preferably the biggest lizard creature to tell them.
Yes. And so far, these kobolds have had only one experience with alcohol, and that is their boss telling them that it's bad. So, generally speaking, they have relatively little experience with it.
Yes. Apart
Yes,
from
I hope that
me occasionally
clears
going
things up.
around giving them beer.
So, with all that said, the interaction with the kobolds has come to a close. Skrak is doing God knows what over in the goblins' camp. Do you guys have anything else that you would like to get sorted? Do you want to continue traveling, attempt to track down the weapon wight, anything along those lines? Or should we call an end to the session?
Yes, as a generic just put there, we're going to need more glass bottles. We've got a whole heap of stuff. And we've got a weapon right following us, and could do with selling a load of clobber. Where are we?
I've just brought us back
Ooh,
to the
yes, we have.
main map here. As you can see, this is where you currently are. The next closest place would be Lavendel to the northwest.
Okay, my hometown, which I have been banished from. We could
Are you
go
banished
there.
from the town or just the monastery?
No, I was driven out of the town on pain of death. After
Huh.
being a mischievous and troublesome youth. And whether or not I've
Yes.
grown up enough to not be immediately recognised, is up for grabs. But that would
How
probably
long
be
ago was it?
It was a fair few years ago.
Huh. We could discuss you.
I think we should. I mean, should we head to Lavendale? Lavendel's a fairly decent-sized town. It's not a massive city, unless I'm massively mistaken.
It's got a population of a few thousand. It's to be honest, out of all the settlements that you see here on the map, it is the smallest. And it is the only reason why it's on the map in the first place is because it is typically regarded as the number one vacation spot for the most wealthy members of the Stradivarian nobility.
Sounds expensive.
It's an entire town.
I think we deserve a holiday.
Up until
that fight.
Basically, the town is known for two things. First of all, previously being a flower growing and exporting economy. Basically, the entire place surrounded by lush fields of flowers of varying kinds, depending on the season. The second thing that they're known for is tourism, because of the aforementioned picturesque views.
So, beach episode?
Beach episode,
Effectively, yes.
indeed. But dragging a weapon right into the place could be amusing. I mean, horrible, and we'll have to stop that from happening, of course.
How likely is it that
Wouldn't
they
it be
have
such a
a?
shame if
How likely is it that they have a workshop just there with the tools that I
Well-
might require?
Bruce would be the one to answer that question.
I would imagine they have all sorts of things set up there to supply the wealthy of the area. So I probably got a half decent place there. I would imagine. I remember there being an awful lot of nice restaurants and bars, which with a wide variety of drinks available there, and we should probably
I would say,
go.
I would say, Bruce, give me a history check with advantage.
A history check with advantage. Gosh.
Much as you just described, you can in fact remember there being some actually rather recently set up aspects of localized industry that, whilst small scale, have been set up for the express purpose of allowing what would otherwise be exported needs of local industry to Meadowburn, instead being able to be accomplished on a local scale, therefore cutting out the river traffic of going up and down the river. So not only are there workshops there, but they are some of the newest workshops that you can find within the Human Kingdom.
Let's go to Lavendale. It's been ages since I've seen Mum and Dad, anyway.
Oh. Well,
if this is going to follow the trope of the beach anime episode, does this mean that Bruce is going to have to dress up as a woman?
Wait, what? Wait, what? I didn't. This isn't what I asked for. I'll wear a hat. I'll find a nice disguise. I will wear a beard and a big floppy hat with some white trimming on it. No one will recognize me.
I'm not sure. I've heard beards don't go well with the dress.
Oh, I don't know. I reckon I could pull it off.
Nah.
Bearded
Well,
woman trig.
Yeah.
You just need to roll high enough on your deception check as well.
Exactly.
You have proficiency in deception checks, right, Trig?
I have performance. My deception's pretty awful, but I have performance.
Well, I know what kind of roles I'll be asking of you in future.
Mm-hmm.
Just chuck some silly juice at them and we'll be fine.
Well, there is that.
Yeah. Just get them to take a swig of the old flask, and then they'll believe you if you tell them that you're a woman.
Yeah, just drug people into thinking you're a woman.
At that point, you'll even be able to convince them of the feminine penis.
Maker.
At that point, you'll even be able to convince them of the feminine penis.
Please no.
No.
We tried to avoid that, and then you decided you were going to say it again. I mean, you were so insistent.
Of course, I was going to say it again. It was a terrible joke.
You're so insistent on it. I feel like you've got some prior conviction towards that.
No.
I'm sorry, but Garrow is going to have to remove one of the DM's inspirations from the DM.
Yeah, that's fair. You know what? Sticking to my own rules. Once in the upcoming sessions, you have the ability to dictate a given roll made by one of my NPCs to be at a disadvantage.
Damn.
All of us or just Trig?
That's power.
It's a party decision. You'll have to agree to it.
Well, I'm actually okay with letting Trig take the lead on this one, given he's going to be at a different type of disadvantage.
I'm really not comfortable wearing a dress. I'll just say
Look at
that.
this way. Look at it this way. All right. If you're able to fight in a dress, just imagine how better you're able to fight in your normal clothes. You treat it as a training exercise.
Yeah,
I may be channeling my
Sure.
character there a bit too much.
I mean, they don't know I went off to a monastery. They don't know I'm a monk now. Sort of. So as long as like I said, a hat and a beard, I should be fine. I'll have to work out how to fashion a beard in some way. Maybe some minor illusion might come in handy.
I may
For
be able
that.
to help you with that. As for hat, I might suggest you might get yourself your own wizard hat, since you're my character's apprentice.
So a sort of a long, tall, pointy hat. It's a bit floppy. Yeah. Cool.
By the way, it has gone beyond 11:30 at night.
It has.
I would recommend that we bring an end to the session.
Fair.
I
So-
agree.
Unless
Agreed.
there's anything anybody would particularly like to have addressed before we bring things to a close.
I would suggest we take a long rest before we set off. And other than that,
Yeah.
I'm good.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Sitting here looking at my
At
hit
the
points.
beginning of next session, you can consider you all to have given yourself. You can consider yourselves to all have had a single long rest.
Yay!
But with that said, thank you all for tuning in to the 13th episode of the Yesrallaw Odyssey. And hopefully we shall have another session the upcoming Monday on the 20th. Although, given the proximity to Christmas, I wouldn't be surprised if we end up skipping both the 20th and the 27th. Though I will attempt to make sure that we play those days. Maybe not
Oh.
the 27th.
Yeah,
actually.
but a beach episode in lavender with us all wandering around in Santa outfits could be kind of amusing.
That would be quite excellent, I must say. God, could you just imagine it? You're fighting the weapon weight in a field of flowers in Santa outfits, surrounded by burning fields of flowers.
Awesome.
No.
Sounds like an
Awesome.
excellent session.
How festive!
Yes.
I guess we will have to discover the customs of Levendale next episode.
Anyway, I hope everybody has a wonderful week.
That was
And good
fun.
night, everybody.
Good night. I have
Right.
ended the stream.